the CAF African Schools Football Championships COSAFA qualifiers of 2022 to continue here at the Bingo National Stadium in Lilongwe, Malawi. We are on day 2 of 3. Yesterday we had 5 good matches, good entertainment, and a good way to start a new way, looking at development on the continent, where the Confederation of African Football, along with its member associates, look to ensure they reach out to school level football and reach out as low as possible in trying to ensure that the young kids get developed as early as possible. The temperatures in Lilongwe, well, it started off at 19 degrees Celsius. It will get warm, not quite as hot as yesterday. Yesterday it went up to 33 degrees. It's not much of a difference today. We will come down to 32 degrees at the hottest point of the day. 2 teams that will be in action, and starting off today's action, are from Angola and Botswana. Rosina are from Angola, whilst Tamaka JSS are from Botswana. Young lads from Botswana in the yellow and blue, whilst those from Angola are in the black and red. Well, both the ladies and men's team having a moment here to do the meet and greet and getting things started in one of 2 matches that will be starting off, this morning. Keep in mind, Matomo JSS of Botswana from the ladies section or the girls section will be playing against Malindi Secondary from Malawi. And my, did they not have a good start yesterday? Malindi Secondary winning a couple of matches in getting their tournament off to a good start. That's a good thing, considering they are, of course, part of the hosts. Had a good crowd that was very much behind them yesterday, and I'm sure they'll be supporting them pushing forward here. For these 2 schools, they'll be looking for a good showing here and getting their championship started. Of course, this Group B action in the boys section. For those of you that aren't in the know, we do have a couple of groups in the boys section, Group A and B, both with 3 teams on the side. And of course, they will be looking to finish within the top 2 to advance forward. So both these groups of young men just about ready. Ages ranging from 12 up to 15, as we look to continue to see growth on the in the COSAFA region, I should say. Referees just about ready to get the action underway. Keeping in mind there are 6 teams in the boys competition, 5 in the girls. Currently the temperature at 28 degrees, so it is getting warmer and warmer. We'll go up to 32 at the highest. It'll be nice and cool later on this evening. Nighttime temperatures are all expected to be around 19 degrees Celsius. No chance of rain. Not a cloud in the sky as I look up above the Lilongwe or the Bingo National Stadium here in Lilongwe. Dignitaries watching on, and even they've ensured they are up in the shade then, looking to avoid the early morning sun, which of course does face the main grandstand, if you will, the angle at which we are showing you the game from. So let's go through the rules quickly for those of you that are joining us for the first time and may have missed the action yesterday. Good numbers out in the stands that have really gotten behind the teams and ensuring they provide a bit of an atmosphere. Some of the teams that aren't in action, of course, are out there watching on as well, spying on the enemy, if you will. Each team on the pitch with 8 players. The match is 40 minutes long. It's 20 minutes a half. There are an unlimited number of substitutes that can be used. And, for the teams that have made their way down to Lilongwe, Malawi, they've been through the national competitions to qualify for the stage. So, we're ready to get the action underway. The young men in red from Angola, representing Rosina, and the young men in the yellow and blue from Botswana, representing Tamaha JSS. So it's the Angolans to get the game started. They're in the red, attacking the goal to the right of your picture, whilst the men from Tamaha will attack the goal to the left. Well, we did see some good competitive games in the boys section yesterday. Everything starting off with Clapham High, who had a stunning start to the tournament, getting the better of Perseverance Secondary with a 3-0 scoreline in a perfect way to get our tournament underway. good entertainment in that game. And a hat-trick as well we saw coming from Clapham High, and we'll be looking to see whether there will be further goals and entertainment here, especially in the boys section, where things are expected to be rather competitive between the other schools, or the schools involved. So there's Rosina now putting together those passes and moving in out on that far side. Good work to try and keep it alive then. Challenge eventually coming in, then we'll see the restart going the way of the Angolans. Bit of a problem then with that challenge. It seems to have caused a slight injury here for Leandik Mbahi. Let's have a look at it again here. Gets the ball, and I do believe makes a bit of contact with his opponent as well. Then does Ernest Dipeko, youngster from Botswana, solid with the challenge. He timed it well, and the ball played into the box, then cleared. As Rosinia look to keep the pressure on here, looking for the good starts, getting a bit of joy out on that left side of their attack. That's a good touch, good movement as well. Oh, solid challenge. That's a beautiful challenge to win it back then. Again, it needed to be well timed, happening just inside the box. Always a risk of giving away a penalty. So when the defenders time those challenges as well as the challenge we saw just a few seconds ago, it's always a pleasure to watch. So defensively, they are under a bit of pressure. The young men from Tamaka, Lefang Lekwape, with the ball out for the throw-in. Decision here going against Rosina. Yet to see much of the young men from Botswana pushing forward beyond that halfway line. They've spent the bulk of the opening exchanges here in their own half. Here they are in the middle of the park again, losing it here. Good start for Rosina. Little touch in there for Narades. Now, there's a chance at goal. Keepers come out here. Gone wide of the mark, but certainly a great start from Rosina. Leandik Mbahi picking it up then and having that shot that's just gone wide. Keeper's done an exceptional job of coming out and making himself big then. Forcing the error. Certainly the young men from Angola have hit the ground running in this match. They immediately seem to have discovered the rhythm. They've got their patterns going. They are getting touches, they're getting numbers in the opposition half of the field. Young men from Botswana yet to really find themselves here in these early exchanges, doing a lot of the defending. Here they are with a chance to try and hold it up. That's one back in a good area, but illegally so, with the foul being committed then by Astus Ndombase, wearing the number 10 jersey. In fact, Ndombase was the man fouled, so set piece it is to Rosina in an area where they can certainly test Muabi, who's the goalkeeper here for Tamaka. Hearing those celebrations, that's because there's a goal scored on the other side, and very nearly a goal scored here by Rosina. Keeper's done a stunning job here. He's parried it onto the crossbar and so close to finding the back of the net for Miles Losola. Taking that well. Keeper responded well. Pressure still on Tamaka here. Good numbers push forward into that near post. No problems here, and in the end they find the back of the net after Tamaka didn't clear their lines and dilly-dallied in a very dangerous area there to tap home for Rosina. I do believe it was Anguina Alexandra Narid. They are deserving of the leads. They've forced the issue in finding the back of the net here, and after the corner was taken, there's a chance to clear it, not taken, and eventually there to come in with the block, in fact, was Leandik Mbahi. Pandit, wearing the number 7 on his back. That's the goal scorer, now that we have confirmed it. And for Rosina is the perfect start here. Kept the pressure on for the opening 5, and didn't let up on that pressure. Rewarded with the goal after 5 or so minutes. Now, What can Kamaka do? Still struggling to hold on to the ball here and just string together some passes. Well, it's a bit of a shock to the system. The way the game has gotten underway for Tamaka. The young men from Botswana, from Tamaka, out in Botswana as well. Have some work to do here and trying to find their way back into this match. Dipeko with the early shot, the first real shot of the match. No problems for Adao, the goalkeeper. Hardly seen him in the 6 minutes of this match. So much of the game has been played on the opposite side of the field. Now, ball one back in a good area here momentarily for Tamaka. Forward they come again. Another shot in anger, but this time it was closer to the corner flag than the goalposts. More like it for them. Nice to see them defending nice and high up the field, then looking to win it back and go into the transition quickly. There's Lipemelo, the man who had that strike. Tell you what, the young men from Botswana here will take a bit of joy in the fact that they are now beginning to spend some time in the opposition half of the field, keeping the opponents on the back foot. Need to always be careful of the counter-attack, however. Here's the goal scorer. Good work out on the far side. The ball in is beautifully played into the path then of the oncoming striker. And, well, you'll feel he should have found the back of the net then. Beautiful ball. Lovely work in the transition here. And for Narid, meeting this, he should have made it 2-0 here to Rosina. Angolans now will certainly be fancying their chances, especially out on that left side. They've had a lot of joy on the left side of the attack with Leo Ndika Mabahi. Not only has he found the back of the net, but he's been involved in a lot of the positivity that's come from that left side. The young man wearing the number 7 on his back. Now, chance for a possible second here. Good work defensively, but still lovely work to find the space for the strike, and that went narrowly wide in the end. Good play here from Rosina. Kasunga, the man who shook off the defense here. Good footwork, creates the yard, looks to beat the keeper on the near post. He did look like he had it covered, Moabi. Eight minutes gone by here. We are approaching the midway point of this first half in this game. Keeping in mind there are 40 minutes in a match, 20 minutes a half. For Rosina, it's been a perfect, near perfect, maybe I should say, opening 8 here. Plenty of the ball. They haven't seen their goalkeeper troubled. They could have extended their lead and are looking aside for now, most likely to score again. Or next, I should say. Ndombaze going all the way back to create going forward here, the Angolans. Nice turn. Touch was a little heavy, showed too much to the defender then, and pushing it forward then is Basupang. Now, good work on the far side. Ball in is way too close to the keeper, but positive run from Ramonadibe. So many of the Rosina attacks happening on that left side. Tamaka do have good numbers on that occasion defensively to deal with the threat. So many of the special guests that we do have here in Lulengwe include members of FAs from across the continent. Of course, yesterday was a special day where we did launch these championships, and amongst the distinguished guests, and there were very many of them, was the CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, was kind enough to not only give a speech, but allow some questions to members of the media. Happy to handle those questions. He had moments where he had us giggling and laughing. Charming gentleman he surely is, also pointing out the importance of a development in on the continent, but specifically in high school football. Went on to point out how South Africa, in using rugby as an example, to excel in the game of rugby, world champions on 3 occasions, but also highlighting that the success that comes from that stems from school sports at a very young age, and that's what he feels we should be doing in football as well in the continent in order to reach and match the world's best. Well, the bench for Tamaga out in Botswana watching on here surely will want to fix a few things here in this first half that they've spotted that aren't quite going right. Firstly, deal with the situation after that left flank or the right side of the defense, but also most importantly try and get the youngsters playing and enjoying the game out there when they have the ball at their feet. Nothing wrong with those throw-ins going down the line then, with the defensive end seeing the throw-in coming the way of Tamaga in a good area. They will have yet another. Important now to connect with the pass, find the teammates, keep the pressure on Rosina. Again, they don't hold on to it for too long and need to be wary of the counter-attack. Yeah, good movement on this right side. Eventually the shot comes in and Mwabi equal to it. Ball back into the box, and quite desperately Tamaga are able to clear their lines. Well, positive play on that occasion from the striker Narid, pushing forward and looking to make things happen. Here he is, does a good job playing with his back to goal. Fill out the space, can turn, and once he has a eye on goal, wastes no time in pulling the trigger as well. There are plenty of incentives for teams to not only want to be a part of the CAF African Schools Football Championship here in the COSAFA region. One of those, of course, being the fact that there is a chance to qualify for the African Schools Championships with success here. And, of course, a chance to boost the school's kitty, if you will, with the winners getting $100,000 here in these championships. Second place is $75,000. Third place winners get $50,000 US, that is. Of course, those amounts are pumped up when one considers for success at the African Schools Championships. There's $300,000 on offer. Second place will get $200,000, and coming third will be $150,000 on offer. Battle on the far side, then a couple of throw-ins. And one eventually going to the Angolan lads. Good strong work defensively then by Ernest Dipego. Of course, the COSAFA region, proud of the work it's putting in, not only in these championships, but all round, and looking to develop both the women's and men's game. Nice turn then as the shot comes in. Good save once again from Wabi. Keeping Tamaga in this game here is their goalkeeper. Now here they are on the counter-attack, and a good solid challenge, but that's dangerous play. Free kick it should be to Tamaga, and is. So a chance here to pull one back and tie the scoreline with just under 5 minutes remaining in this half. And it's Dipego is the young man standing over it. In fact, he may just step aside here. Pamelo is the man to strike it with the left foot straight into that wall. Well, communication lines here break down between keeper and defender, and the two teammates crash into each other, and it will be a concern here for not just the referee but for the benches as well. The hope will be that the young men are okay, both advancing in on the same ball here. Just the striker's presence enough to cause the confusion. Good pressure being applied from the front from an Angolan point of view, but we are hoping that Lefang, Lekwape, along with Muwabi, aren't too seriously injured. Great pressure being applied then by Narid. That's the reason why strikers at times are applauded for chasing nothing, so to speak, when they do chase what looks a race in vain. You can force errors and can cause moments of doubt within the defense. On that occasion, the big problem for Moabi and Lekwape is that they didn't communicate at all. Communication lines certainly went down, and they'll both be feeling it for now. Well, I was making the point a little bit earlier that the COSAFA region, very busy over the last few years, especially after the COVID years, I should say, looking to pick up momentum once again in ensuring both the ladies game and the men's game is moving in the right direction, going as low as possible now to reach out to the boys and girls game as Moabi continues to be assessed here. It has been a busy period for COSAFA with the women's championships, the under-20s out in Eswatini. Region 5 games are coming up at the end of November. As we look back at the only goal scored so far in this match, defense just wasn't decisive enough. Tell you what, Mabahi was. There are, of course, partners that work with COSAFA and ensuring that we continue, or the organization continues to develop the game. Not just from a playing point of view, but with journalists and with the officials as well. And those partners are Vital Etel, Region 5 Games, LOC, FA Malawi, and the Matipe Foundation for these national championships. Now, just about a minute and a half remaining. Racina looking to extend their lead, but they'll need to do better with their passing. And there really was something on for them then. Had they been on point with their passing, numbers weren't quite what they should be defensively for this Tamaga side, and they could have been exposed. Now, could be a chance on their far post, and handball. The bounce of the ball seemed to maybe confused Ramon Adiba, and he didn't look convincing at all as he looked to receive that ball, and from the bounce it struck his arm. Handball it is, and a chance at possibly finding the equalizer goes a begging. No chances taken defensively. Lefang Lekwape happy to concede the corner. Last few seconds of this first half, and well, for Racina, they will be looking to extend their lead here. Numbers in the box. Is the quality in the ball in? Well, it's gone across the face, a goal. And yet another nervous moment for Tamaga in defense, but well, they are able to deal with it. Now, hoping to head on the counter. Whistle goes, and reason for that being, I do believe it's the end of the half. To the disappointment of the Tamaga youngsters, who were hoping to hit on the quick transition then on the counter-attack. So, end of this first half, it's is a 20-minute period that's brought joy to the Angolan school of Rosina as they go into the half-time break, leading Tamaha from Botswana, the scoreline 1-0 in favor of Rosina.
The first 20 minutes is over. Now we're still leading a goal to nil. He's also is behind in the boys category with a goal to nil. So it's Angola 1, Botswana 0.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul.
With the header, wide of the mark, keeper headed covered. Adao. Big news yesterday was Malindi Secondary from Malawi, of course, winning their 2 matches with great home support as well. As things stand here in Group B, it is Rosina with their 2 goals scored yesterday against IQRA. Let's see them sitting top of the group with 3 points. Tamaka getting involved for the first time in these championships here today. Pushing forward now and looking to get some numbers out into the attack. Good challenge on the near side. Unfortunate that Ramonadibe couldn't keep it alive. Here's a young man who scored the only goal of the game so far. Bye-bye. Had a good first half on the left side of the Rosina attack. Challenge then on him coming from Ernest Dipeko. Won't keep him down for too long. He will be able to continue with this game as the throw-in is taken here by Rosina. Nice work in keeping it alive then. Still, they aren't able to open up this Rosina attack, or defense rather, Tamaka, when they are on the front foot. the likes of Mabiti, yet to really find themselves with clear-cut opportunities or be able to create them for their teammates. Two matches played yesterday in the boys section, 5 goals scored. Of course, I did mention there was the hat-trick scored, but it is now the championship leading goal scorer in the boys section. Smisiso Sulomani from Clapham High. Rosina did have goal scorers in their match, in their 2 goals. One of them was Leandri Matonda. The other was Adrian Mawire. Early pull forward to the big striker, then looking to flick it on, then outnumbered. Still looking to throw his weight around Zamabidi. In the end, the young men in red did a stunning job of dealing with it defensively and win themselves a set piece here just on the edge of the defensive third, and we'll have a chance now to push forward. We've yet to see them really reach the levels they had played in that first half. Here in the second, nice touch, good turn. Oh, good footwork as well here. Just couldn't complete his pass after a few good touches. Aguina, Alexandra Narid. Here he is again with the touch. Oh, it's done well to lose the man and brings a good save out of Moabi. Really is a good player. Fun to watch. The big number 9. So far it's proven difficult to deal with here for Tamaha, who have to defend this corner. Seeing the best of the Angolan side here since the restart in the last couple of minutes. Now pull in, and ooh, that was a chance. So close to being goal number 2. Again, there'll be concerns here for Tamaha defensively. Aren't able to really deal with the attacks in open play as we look back at that moment and that save from Moabi. Then there was that opportunity with a touch attacking the near post. Just couldn't wrap his foot around it well enough to find the right angle to test Moabi. It must be said here for Tamaha, Moabi has done a good job at keeping it at 1-0. And it could be more here in favor of the young men from Angola. Here they are looking to push forward again. Good challenge to win it back here. Now Tamaha looking to quickly launch a counter attack. It comes to nothing. That's a lovely touch. Good movement on that far side, and in the end, good work defensively to deal with the danger. He did a stunning job of keeping up with the runner there, did Leslie Pamelo. Pamelo again tested and equal to the task. Thrown it will be here to Rosina. Are getting stronger as the second half does push on here after it was a bit of a quiet start to this half in the opening exchanges. The reason why play has been stopped is because there are a couple of balls on the field at the same time. Young man from Botswana wanted to get the restart going with, well, everybody not quite ready, so the referees will play back here. Now, chance to maybe test Adao from range. Again, the shot has left a lot to be desired here from Dipeko. Distance was going to be a bit of a challenge for him. He had the option of looking for teammates on the edge of the box. Didn't do so. In the end, As the Angolans pushing forward again, looking at threats. They had outnumbered the Botswana defense on that occasion. It was a 3-on-2 situation, but the defense stood firm. That's a good touch, good movement, and in the end, brave play from Adao, who judged his timing off the line superbly. Having a bit of a go with his teammates here, not happy with the defensive setup just a few moments ago. Very nearly allowing for 1-on-1 for Tamaga. Oh, lovely skill here on this near side. Now looking for the 1-2, continues his movement. Oh, goal kick it will be. And good work defensively in dealing with Mabai, who had been a thorn in the side of this Tamaga side in the first half. Picking it up here is Dipeko. Nicely done by Dombaze. Just couldn't complete the pass over to that far side, but initially did a good job of getting beyond the challenge, showing good skill and footwork. Now, after the Rosina bench, they won't be able to really relax until they are able to find that second goal. Maybe put this game and this group to rest in doing so. Haven't beaten both their opponents. Looking to seal their semi-final berth with a good showing here. Will be an interesting battle later on in the day. If it does end this way with Rosina winning it, the interesting part will be when the two remaining sides in the group do play and battle for the second spot and a semi-final berth. So lots of work to be done here by well, Tamaga, not just in the time that remains in this match, but the match later on in the day is of huge importance to them. Was always going to be vital for Rosina to ensure they continue in the good work they put in place yesterday, picking up the 3 points, scoring the 2 goals. Touch from Ndobaze. It's a good one. It's got them going on that far side. Ill-time challenge then. Zagasunga was looking well on his way. Card will be shown as well for that challenge. First of the day. Yellow card to Pizzo Utebele. That's why. Challenge that warranted the yellow. And a set piece here that may present a chance at goal number 2 for Rosina. Left-footed strike it will be, and looking to place it beyond the keeper. Click, click, take that. Beautifully done. Superbly done in finding the second, just what the doctor ordered here for Rosina. And the young men are more than happy with that strike from Alosola.
Angola 2, Botswana 0.
The angle always favoring a left-footed strike, got it around the wall and beautifully beyond the keeper. Wasn't about power as much as it was about placement. There's a set piece. Using the inside of his foot, gets a beautiful curl into the back of the net then. And it's Angola that will be pleased with Rosina and the progress they are making in the 2 matches. They scored 2 goals yesterday. Have scored another 2 in this match with what, a good 8 minutes remaining? Now the yellow card. This time, It's Ramon Adibe that goes into the referee's book. It's turning into a frustrating half once again here for the young men from Botswana. Finding they're going tough here in just stringing together the passes, never mind finding the interesting tactical play that may unlock the Angolans. Confirmation of your goal scorer. Beautiful goal it was. Chance at the third, keeper's off his line. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautifully done. Top-notch goal then. Kept his composure. Did Leo Ndik Mabahi Bindi and makes it 3 with Rosina scoring a couple of goals in a couple of minutes. Well, they are solidifying their place on top of the group here. They are also making a bit of a statement for those that may face them in the semi-finals. And look at this route run stuff. Keeper's well off his line then. That's top-notch. Top-notch. Great decision-making. And a lovely touch to get the lob over the keeper. Eye on the ball. Meets it at the first time of asking. That's what you want to see. Youngsters with the knowledge, the know-how, and the intelligence, of course, in the situational awareness to come up with a goal. It says a lot about the young man Mabahi and the talent he does possess. Just the way he went about finding the back of the net in that goal. Really, one must compliment him. Impressive stuff. Here he is again. To their credit, they haven't let up the young men from Rosina since finding their second goal. They are pushing on, found their third, and look aside, they're still in search of more in the way of goals. Defensively, they've been so solid that Tamaka have hardly been a threat. Adao, their goalkeeper, hasn't had to make a save at all in this match. He's been that well protected. No surprise then that the changes will be rung in here from Tamaka, hoping the changes in personnel may bring about a change in fortune for them out in that field. The young man coming on is Mompati Utsile. Comes on here with under 5 minutes remaining, and his side in, well, a fair bit of trouble here. Ramon Adibe is the man that's made way. Keep in mind, he just picked up a yellow card, so the coach is not wanting this situation to go from bad to worse. Confusion defensively then from Rosina. They've given away the corner. Lack of communication defensively. And it's their turn now to bring on some youngsters to come out and enjoy 5 minutes of the game where they are leading by 3 and the pressure isn't quite so high. Will be clear at the top of the group with 3 points, or 6. Make it with the 3 points they'll accumulate here. Nice play once again from the big number 9. Does a stunning job of holding it up and bringing others into it. So, corner. We've seen them score in open play. We've seen them score from a corner that wasn't cleared. In fact, we've also seen them score from 2 set pieces, very close to scoring again. Similar to the corner they had earlier on in the half, in where it ended up, how it was met by the teammate, and somehow it's gone over. Miezi is the young man that's just come on. Sebastian Miezi. That's a good ball. Good movement on the far side. Bit of a heavy touch, including the foul on the defender from Makasunga. Decision does go against him in the end. In fact, it looks as though the decision goes with him, and it may very well be a penalty here. Have a look at this again. There's the touch. The defender actually clatters into him more than he taking the defender down. And Kasunga has on his side a penalty and a chance to make it 4 here from the spot. Narid now stepping up and, well, he set the keeper the wrong way but couldn't find the back of the net. He's gone wide of the mark. Confidently stepping up, all smiles and just wide. That's narrowly wide. Approaching the last minute of 40, last minute of this game. Joy for Rosina from Angola, as they are surely now on their way to a semi-final berth. That's the last of their group matches. Here they are looking for that 4th, and, well, a good strike. Super save from Wabi. Hit that from range, and the keeper did a stunning job once again. Had it not been for Moabi, the captain of Tamaka, the scoreline could be 5 or 6 at this point with the chances and saves he had denied the opponents in the first half. Another corner. Moabi again relieves the pressure of his teammates. Well, it did well. Moabi palmed it onto the post then that came to his aid as well. Has been the busier of the two keepers by a stretch of the imagination. Now, shots and a chance. Well, it won't count. The offside flag is up. Keeper done well nonetheless. It was nice and brave then in diving into the feet of the attacker. Whereas our problem is there was contact between the two and both have now gone down. Yep, definitely was in an offside position. Dipeko didn't take the eventual shot that came in and I think went just wide of the mark, but was interfering with players in that he did involve himself. In fact, was amongst those that were bundled over in the end and took a tumble. Change will be made by the Angolans here. That's good job from Kasunga and his teammates as he leaves the field, having done the business out there, winning his side a penalty as well, also being a part of what is yet another win for Rosina.
That marks the end of the girls' football. The first one
There you have it. End of a successful day 2 for Rosina from Angola here. They win this match with a 3-0 scoreline, but that's their second win of their group. They came into the match top of the group. They've done the business with a 100% record here. Also haven't conceded a goal in the last 2 matches, scoring 5 goals. Could have been more in this match, and they'll feel they should have scored more, having missed from the penalty spot as well. And well, a good game where there were a couple of yellow cards shown, both of them to young men from Tamaka out in Botswana. The young men from Botswana will have a chance to fight for second place later on in the day, but for now, those that now will look forward to a semi-final berth are surely the young men in red, no doubt about that. And well, they made a bit of a statement with the way they've gone about business here. With the scoreline at the end of the day reading Rosina 3, Tamaka no. Well, the goals came in this fashion. At the first, where defensively Tamaka weren't decisive, so the decision was made for them. To tap it in was Mabai. Then the stunning strike. Beautiful set piece. That was beautifully done. Top-notch stuff from Miles Lasola. Finish it all off in some style. Some style indeed. With that ball over the top is Mabai. Lob over the keeper. Beautiful touch. Great decision making. Showing a good IQ for the game then, the young man who celebrated Cristiano Ronaldo style.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's song. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's song. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stage.
Well, the action continues at the Bingo National Stadium in Lilongwe, Malawi. We, of course, are enjoying the CAF African Schools Football Championship COSAFA qualifiers for the 2022. And in the game that we will be enjoying now, it, of course, will be a girls' game with Ansibaliu from the Seychelles taking on Edendale Technical. Now, both these sides were in action yesterday and both lost out to Malindi Secondary from Malawi. So both sets of ladies will be looking to put their best foot forward here to register their first win in the ladies section. Well, it's been a good day up to this point. We've already had a couple of matches go underway here. Matches number 6 and 7 of the championships. This the 8th, whilst keeping in mind there will be another match being played. That will be between Perseverance Secondary and Salima Secondary of Malawi and Seychelles coming together. That'll be on pitch number 2. The action we'll be focused on will very much be in your picture here with pitch number 1. There you have it. The young ladies from the Seychelles and those from Edendale Technical in South Africa will be hoping to have a good showing here in the first half. The name of the game, to score goals here and try and come up with that first win. That will be what will be of serious importance to both these sides, especially having lost out yesterday. So, the moments before the match gets underway, here sees the youngsters huddled together in prayer and hoping to put their best foot forward, come out with some good moments here. The officials will also be hoping for a very good game. So far from an officiating point of view, it should be said in this tournament, we haven't had too much to worry about. And, well, young ladies from Seychelles in the blue here, those from South Africa in the green, game just about ready to get underway. Quick turnaround between the earlier games, the earlier kickoffs, and these the second matches of the day here as we try and get through the program. Keep in mind this is a 3-day tournament or championship. Already we are on game on day 2. Temperatures now will be shooting up just a bit here in the parts of the day that will be the hottest. So for the young ladies out there, they'll be mindful of that whilst they try and put their best foot forward and entertain whilst trying to come up with the wins as well. South Africans attacking to the left. The young ladies from the Seychelles attacking, or South Africans attacking to the right, I beg your pardon. The young ladies from the Seychelles attacking to the left.
I have the lineups for South Africa and Seychelles in the girls' category, and the teams are as follows. South Africa, jersey number 1, Really.
So, good challenge here to win it back here on this near side. Nobate from the South Africans with the early ball forward, couldn't find a teammate. So, Ken, if you are just joining these championships for the first time, keep in mind the ages range from 12 to 15. So, it's very much about development here for many of the young ladies and young boys that will be in show during these championships. That's neither a cross nor a shot at goal. It's gone out for the goal kick. Now, picking it up again for the South Africans is Nobate Ntelwa. Free kick it will be. So, first few minutes here, first few exchanges in the match that, again, even for the girls, will be 40 minutes long, 10 minutes or 20 minutes a half, 10 minutes between the two halves. No changes in the number of personnel out there. 8 aside. rolling substitutes.
20, Ena Lonte, Ela, Yele, just 12.
So some of the best
22 and 21, Mara.
in the region in the ages of 12 to 15 having a chance to not only play against foreign opposition maybe for the first time in many of their careers, but also travel outside of the borders of their country, get that experience under their belts, and have a story to tell. Now, pull over the top here, chase on. That's a good understanding, good communication between goalkeeper and defender. Now, keeper has come out a long way. The ball's gone over her head and found the back of the net. Unfortunately for her, the flag had gone up for offside, but she would have been in trouble then. Emily Leclerc completely misjudges the flight of the ball here. Whistle's gone at this point, but had it not, she would have been in all sorts of trouble. Then it would have been 1-0 in favor of Edendale. They are a proud sporting school, Edendale, very busy within the borders of South Africa. Just looking into the school and the accomplishments, they do have a few ladies out of the school. I believe it was 4 that made the South African under-17 national team. So they will come into these championships with a fair bit of experience. They who hail from KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg to be exact, crowned the national champions in the Pan-African School Championships that were held in Bloemfontein. That was at under 16 level. The register some impressive scorelines there: 5-1, 8-1, 4-0, 2-0. The principal, Fano Ngubane, should be very happy of the development his side has made in the female game. Now, could be a chance here. Oh, should be 1-0 in favor of Edendale in the end. The idea was a good one. She went wide of the mark then. Did Delwa. Meeting it on the bounce. And keeper again was in no man's land. The idea to find the roof of the net wasn't a bad one. Just the execution wasn't quite on the money. That's good skill. Could be a chance coming up once again here for Edendale. Good defending, however. Free kick given away. Mtelwa, Mtelwa showing some good touches here for Edendale. Skillful, quick, and troublesome. Is being informed that she will play to the whistle. Well, a couple of set pieces will be here with the corner that will follow. Played into us that near post, and well, it lacked some quality. Out for the goal kick. The reason for the noise you are hearing out in the stands, you have to remember, for many of the home support, they do get behind their home team. So Salima Secondary currently on against Perseverance Secondary in the other pitch number 2 on the far side. So the locals will always be queuing up for their team and will look to ensure that they do celebrate any positivity that comes from them. They were, of course, over the moon yesterday, the local supporters, with the way Malindi Secondary went about business, winning their first match with a 5-0 scoreline. Certainly did liven the place up. Now, here's a chance. It's a good chance, and it's a good goal defensive mistake punished by what was a composed finish here to give the South Africans the lead in this match. Asanda Zikubu with the opening goal here. And well, the young ladies from Anse Boilu will be kicking themselves defensively for the mistake that led to the opening. Take nothing away from Andiswa, or Asanda Zikubu rather I should say, in the way she converted her chance. Then she kept her composure, placed it beautifully beyond the keeper. And it's the South African ladies here that are in the lead. Well, there will be a few concerns from a Seychelles point of view to honor their bench. Already having lost a match here, they can ill afford to give away yet another result. Good save initially, and in the end, a good couple of saves with the South Africans, giving up on a chance to stress their lead with that follow-up shot from point-blank range straight at the keeper. Good skill in avoiding one challenge. In the end, there was one too many for the young lady trying to push forward then. Well, there was a chance to play the pass on the near side for the run being made. Certainly would have gotten in behind the defense then in Del. In the end, the decision making wasn't the very best. Bit of frustration then for Nobal Timtela, who was hoping to be the recipient of that pass that never came. Good hard running on this near side, well washed by Akona Shabalala. That's a good touch. Defender may have just done enough with that bit of contact then. In fact, the referee wasn't too far away from the action, and at first I thought he was giving a set piece the way of the South African ladies. In fact, it seems to be the case. Many thought the decision was a goal kick. In the end, it's a free kick, and sending over it is Apelele Nhlongo. Keeper had that covered. The better decision may have been to play it in towards a teammate on the far post rather than going to goal. Well, she had teammates who were hoping for a delivery towards that far post as a change is made here by the Seychelles team, Anse Boilu. Well, four nations like the Seychelles that have struggled in just about all formats that are available to them in the COSAFA region. Nice to see them not giving up on the aim of the game here, which is to improve their own local game. Constantly, they are involved in the women's championships over the years, and the men's game as well. The different age groups as they try and improve the international standards. Good skill and a good shot. Oh, it's come off the underside of the bar. That was a wicked shot that came in from Andy Zwazuma. Again, it's the South Africans that look to get onto that front foot, enjoying a lot of time in the opposition half of the field. Big challenge here for Anseboilu. The ladies in blue is again just putting together a few passes and establishing a rhythm. As we look back at the shot, keeper had no chance, knew nothing about it as it crashed into the other side of the crossbar. Here's another angle, beautiful left-footed strike, power on it as well. Unlucky not to have found goal number 2. It would have been a nice individual effort from Nobatle Mtelwa. And again, the young ladies from South Africa waste little time in winning the ball back here, as the ball is just played upfield in hope. It always finds, or seems to find, a lady in green, and the pressure very much on Ansebelu. They are on the back foot. Will be happy to take the goal kick that will follow. Now, that's a good bowling. Here's a chance. Good chance. Keeper's done well. Best chance so far for the young ladies from the Seychelles. And good save then from Dlamini. Came out, made herself big. So in the ladies section, keep in mind Malindi Secondary, the only side to have picked up a win yesterday. That was played twice, 1-2. Scored 6, didn't concede. Of course, there was that 0-0 scoreline between GS Ninja and Matomo JSS. Ninja from Comoros, JSS from Botswana. Both of those nations picking up a point each. Edendale, having lost yesterday, will be desperate for a win here today to pick up their first batch of 3 points. Ansebelu are pretty much in the same boat. Both of them lost to Malindi Secondary. Keep in mind there are 5 teams in the girls group. That's the only group to them. Whereas in the men's side or the boys' side, there are a couple of groups. Bit of a worry here. It's not too serious, and we will be able to continue with play. Slight arm that may have come across them and made contact with the face of Eva Jeremy. Well, under 5 minutes remaining here. Edendale, again with another positive attack and a lovely chance. It's a great team goal, this. It's beautifully done as they walk it into the back of the net, but the flag had gone up. The last pass wasn't necessary, and Edendale have given up yet another chance of getting their second goal and putting further pressure on Anseboilu. Lovely work here, strong play from Mtlomo going forward. She's taking out numbers, has options left and right. Good pass. Now, shot should have been taken here. Or the young lady should have watched the line then, expecting to receive that pass. So, for Antebello, they survive another scare. Yet to really have a shot in anger. Referee quick onto the scene then, with the tempers looking as though they were just about to boil over. As we row, the young lady fouled from the Seychelles. Well, for Antebello, they'll hope to do better from a dead ball situation. Really have had their troubles in open play and trying to find a way beyond their opponents. Rose, the young lady coming on. Keisha is making way for him. Of course, with the roar coming out to the crowd, I need to remind those just joining us that there is another game that is currently on, and the locals are happy to see that Salima Secondary, the Malawi boys from Salima Secondary, are doing the business. They must have found in the back of the net in their match, being played on pitch number 2 against Perseverance Secondary from the Seychelles.
The other side, South African Seychelles are still 0-0.
Stadium announcer just made a slight error then. I don't know if you would have heard him in the background, but said it's a 0-0 between the teams from the Seychelles and South Africa. 1-0 in favor of the South Africans here. Last minutes of the first 20 minutes. First half, just about done and dusted. Nice touch to keep it alive on that far side, but help certainly is needed. Outnumbered, outwitted in the end is Farisha Hertel wearing the number 9 jersey. Will be very interesting in seeing these sort of championships taking place in the various regions of the continent, as well both ladies come to ground and out to that far side, but well, it doesn't look too serious. Again, the referee there to ensure that tempers don't boil over, and it's the end of the first half that's seen the South African side have a bit of joy here. They found the back of the net through Asanda Zikubu and had chances to extend their lead, and in the end for Antebello, it's all about holding on here. They'll be happy to just be conceded by just the one. Could have been worse. They, as things stand, are still in the game. Now, how the goal came about was a mistake defensively that's allowed Asanda Zikubu to compose herself all the time in the world. Yeah, first time of asking, puts it beyond the goalkeeper. And it's India that'll be smiling at the end of the first half with a lead Antebello by a goal to nil.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our
Well, second half underway here between Antebilu and Edendale. Antebilu coming from the Seychelles, Edendale Technical from South Africa here at the CAF African Schools Football Championships, COSAFA qualifiers of 2022. 1-0 the scoreline in favour of Edendale. Played a bit of football, created the better moments, and well, came close to stretching the lead on 1 or 2 occasions, did the young ladies from South Africa. And as far as Antebilu, we've yet to really see them create a goal-scoring opportunity, have struggled in this game. Still young ladies that are very much developing in the game of football and learning a thing or two with the quality of football they have been up against, having lost yesterday, and well, learning football at a different level, which is the purpose of these championships. School football will be a major focus, of course, for the Confederation of African Football going forward down the line. What will be interesting is seeing the COSAFA region. They've come together and held these championships, but seeing the rollout in the different regions on the continent. And of course, early next year, when the African championships, African school championships get underway, it should be championships many on the continent keep a close eye on in an effort to see some future stars of the game, not only in the region but from the different regions, and young men and women will be getting a chance to develop, travel, play And not just them, but the referees as well. That's a good interception. Again, goal scored out on field number 2 by the locals, as now the South Africans here look to try and launch an attack that may lead to their second goal of this match. They'll settle for the corner. Tell you what, it is a big venue, the Bingo National Stadium, and the fans that have turned out aren't all that many, but they certainly are making their presence felt. There's a chance here pops up for the South Africans. And they find the back of the net. It's goal number 2. Banged home in from the corner. And well, for Antebilu, the situation goes from bad to worse. And South Africa stretched their lead here, or Edendale stretched their lead. Having a look at it once again, ball across the box, not dealt with defensively, and smashed home in impressive fashion. Defender on the line could do nothing about it.
Adinara from South Africa representing South Africa 2. The team from Seychelles.
So they are doing the business. Oh, Edendale here in this match. Now, not only scoring their first goal of these championships, but make that 2, as they also look to make sure this ends with them registering their first win over these championships. Goal kick it will be. Well, for the South African young girls that will be interested in the game of football, they will be inspired by the work their national team has done over the years, not only in the COSAFA region but on the continent as well, as they are currently, Banyana as they are known, the African champions. They did receive quite a hero's welcome upon their return from the Women's AFCON. The whole country holding them up as heroes, and that would have inspired a good number of young ladies across South Africa to get involved in the game and try and emulate their stars. Also, they were the Women's Championships that were held out in Port Elizabeth a few months ago, where the South African national team saw some younger ladies as a part of the setup that were given a chance to, of course, strut their stuff with the seniors rested, and once again the country was behind them and very much involved in watching them get to the final and lose out to the eventual champions, who were Zambia. But still, the country very proud of the lesser experienced national team and how well they did out there. Would have made news across South Africa, and many of the young ladies once again would have been inspired. And surely those from Edendale and other parts of South Africa that do partake at this level and at this age are looking to one day become the future stars of women's football in South Africa, which has gained a great deal of attention, and there are some real stars within the senior national team. Good work in winning it back here in the middle of the park. Though she couldn't keep it moving, then Asanda Zikubu.
Keeper! Tell him about the long Shalulile! Well done, sis. Okay.
Well, chance here for Uilu to again try and put together some passes in the middle of the park and go through the departments from midfield to the attack, and it comes to nothing for them. Really have struggled with that in linking up their play and launching meaningful attacks. Also, what has been a real struggle for them is just keeping the ball here and playing to a point where they keep it away from the Edendale ladies. Talk about a group of youngsters that's having a ball. Young and very much in love with the game and loving the fact that the Malawian boys are doing a solid job out on field number 2. So, penalty once again here. And a yellow card will be shown. Final warning. Next time, young lady, you will walk. As Pierre picks up the yellow for that challenge. Referee was positioned perfectly to make that call. Indel now with a chance to score. Goal number 3, and really put this game beyond Ansibulu. From the spot is Mhlongo. So, here is Mhlongo. Oh, beautifully done. Kept the composure, confident as she stepped up here, and it's now 3 for Indel to no reply from Ansibulu. That's how the third goal came about. Keeper didn't guess which way the ball was going to go, was rather waiting to see where it'll go and react to that, and in the end she couldn't react quickly enough to deny Mhlongo. Nicely done penalty. 3 to the good now for Indel, who are cruising in this match. With just over 10 minutes remaining in this match, they could go on to score more here. Changes will be made. Keisha looking to come back into the fray here, along with Alvina. So there the changes made, and it's been a tough championship for Ansibulu here, but the ladies will be learning from the experience and will hope to get better. Yet another shot comes in, going wide of the mark. Pierre on a yellow card, amongst those who have made way, including the captain, Shannon, wearing the number 14 on her back. Ten minutes now remaining in this encounter, and it's Indel from Pietermaritzburg out in South Africa that are doing a good job here in this match. Having lost yesterday, they would have been quite desperate to respond with the win here, keep the points racked up and try and climb their way up the table. Keep in mind, in the girls game, it is just the one group, meaning those who finish top win it at the end of the round robin. Well, having just left the field, they are still watching on. The likes of Shannon, the captain, wondering how they could turn the situation around in the 9 minutes that remain of this match. Keeper needed a few attempts to hold on to it then. Emmy. Of course, another entertaining sight for the ladies, one they won't be forgetting anytime in a hurry. Would have been citing the president of the Confederation of African Football here at the Bingu National Stadium yesterday. He has been a busy man in his travels in Mozambique just the day before to the beach soccer finals, where Senegal were once again crowned champions. They themselves have been busy as guests at the COSAFA beach soccer championships in Durban a month ago. Good skill here on this near side. Good hard running as well. Well, she shrugged off a few challenges and in the end has run out of gas, really. Trying to keep the pressure on the opponents. Nobatim Taylor, hard running. Also very strong here, lovely little nutmeg. She keeps it moving, good skill on that occasion and showed good determination with that driving run. Definitely offside. Those are the little things the young ladies will be learning in these championships, of course. Mastering the offside rule and when to stay onside. So earlier with the penalty, one of the ladies had taken up a position inside the box defensively. The referee had to remind her to step outside. That looks a good ball here. There could be a chance still here. Two in the box. Ball in. Just can't find the teammates. A better ball, and there could have been chance for goal number 4 for Indel. That's good running. Lovely skill now. Difficult angle, and in the end had the option to play it across the face of goal for an easy tap-in for a teammate. Went on her own, and the chance has gone a begging. Bit selfish then from Nobatim Taylor. Enjoying herself here on this left side. She's strong, she is determined, and all she needs to do is pick up her head and get a bit of awareness as to how the situation unfolded. Would have made a better decision had she been more aware. Yellow card here. I do suspect for time wasting. More changes being made here by Anseboilu. Again, the offside flag brings yet another attack to a halt. Well, the South African bench will be the much happier, no doubt of the two. They will be hoping their ladies do continue to score more. And don't let their foot off the pedal. Last thing they'll want is for Answer to find the back of the net. Yes, it might be a comfortable scoreline, but victory is always sweeter when the winner walks away with a clean sheet, no matter how many they score. That's good work defensively. And winning it back here by Keisha. Trying to push forward. She's lost out here. Heavy touch. Sees Indel losing out on possession in a good area. Now, pull over the top here, chase on. There's the option in field, but all of that won't mean nothing with the offside flag up. far side official, Mpatso Matete.
Hey, teta huyo magapule, teta huyo magapule.
Near side official is Asimati Musa. And of course, the match referee is Giffin's. Let's. Now, chance here to try and stretch that lead once again. The flag's gone up for offside. Better decision may have been the ball over to the far side with 3 on the attack then for Edendale. Again, good hard running. It's Mhlongo, proven strong with the ball at their feet. Ball down the line. A couple of ladies already awaiting the ball across. Good work defensively. Clearance only as far as the South African jersey. 1-2 on the edge of the box. Won't work out. And Ansibolo are able to clear their lines. What's been a real task for the young ladies from the Seychelles is just getting numbers inside the box. They have struggled at any meaningful play going into that final third on the front foot. So, here's a chance again to try and get in behind that defense. It's a good solid challenge then by the captain Shannon. Again, getting it over that halfway line is proving a real tough task for Ante Bilol. And again, way offside. Here's the striker, Farisha Hertel. Not the first time she has been caught offside in this half. Problem with the offsides is the distance by which she's gone off. Maybe some work needed in putting in time to explain the offside rule to her. And, well, teaching the quality in bending one's run and timing one's run when trying to beat the offside trap. Now, there's a chance, rare chance for Ansibuloi. In the end, it's gone right on the mark here. For once, they were able to get a body or two inside the box. And once the handling wasn't what it should be from Dlamini, it presented the opponents with a half opportunity. There you have it. End of the game then, and it's a vital 3 points for Edendale, who pick up their first win of these championships, having lost yesterday to the young ladies from Malawi, that being Malindi Secondary, who notched up 2 wins against both these sides yesterday. For Ante Boilu of the Seychelles, they're going tough here. They are finding this level of the game maybe a step too far for them to be able to find some joy, but they are developing and learning from the experience, whilst it was a thoroughly confident display from Edendale, and they win by 3 in a game where they could have won by more. Looking back at the goals then, the first scored by Azit Kubu after a defensive mistake. Second, saw Ante unable to deal with the corner, banged home, and from the spot then upstepped Nkomo, and there were no problems in finding goal number 3 from the spot with a beautifully taken penalty. They've done the job. By Edendale notching up their first win, beating Ante Boilu with a scoreline of 3-0.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will
JSS from Botswana. Remember, we are here to watch and enjoy the CAF African Schools Football Championship. In a moment from now, the said teams, the mentioned teams, will be marching into the field of play. Musa Kanisa ametenga mbele tulawa. Malawi ya Comoros kumansu Botswana. Akara bela kana sawia sawia na. Tabuna na kwambiri kutoka kwa mabengo ya stadium. Nanya ni kwambiri kutoka nafe kumpano. Kikabala leo, hali kumpano tula. Tilipompano mpaka na mao mchezo zonse. DJ.
That's right. That's right, thanks. Well, Group B action. The CAF African Schools Football Championships COSAFA qualifiers of 2022 will continue here for two sides that have both suffered losses in their groups and will be hoping to come up with a win here in the battle for second place and a possible semi-final berth here. It's IRQ School taking on Tamaha JSS, QA from Comoros, taking on Tamaha from Botswana in a game that should see a fair contest between these two sides in the efforts to ensure they do come up with the necessary wins. There will be a girls' game that will be in action in pitch 2. It's Malindi Secondary who will be taking on GS Ninja. Malindi, of course, the side that had the outstanding displays yesterday, winning 2 matches. And of course they are the home side, which will have a good number of youngsters supporting them out in the stands up against the JS Ninja side from the Comoros that will be hoping, of course, to come up with the upset. So for IQRA, it will be quite a ask for them to come up with the results they are hoping for here against Tamaha. Tamaha, one would feel, having played a little bit earlier today, may of course be acclimatized to the day's action. Some will be of the feeling that they may of course be maybe a bit tired with IQRA having played yesterday while Tamaha had the rest. The important thing to note in this group is there is Rosina from Angola that really has been outstanding so far. They've beaten both these sides and do take up top spot in the group, not having conceded a goal with 100% win record, putting a bit of pressure on these two sides to go at each other, score goals here, entertain us, and of course qualify for a semi-final berth if they can. So 2 groups in the boys section of these championships. 3 teams in each group, top 2 to advance. Group A has Clapham High from South Africa, Salema Secondary from Malawi, Perseverance from Seychelles. Clapping are sitting top of that group, or started the day top of that group. In Group E, we've got Rostina from Angola, who were in action a little bit earlier on in the day. Their group is concluded. And of course, you do have IQRA School from Comoros, as well as Tamaha from Botswana. So, time for the first half. And the youngsters out there will be looking for a good showing, especially those from Botswana in your picture, knowing how important it is to come up with the win here if they can. IQRA in the whites to your left. It will be IQRA to get this game underway. They'll attack the right of your picture, whilst Tamaha will attack the left.
15, Osai Ayubu B, Awadi Kamara, just 11 and 14, Benaraido, and just 4, Adaj Maka. That's
earlier on in the day, Tamaha really did struggle against Rosina, and it didn't trouble them much as they went 2-0 down and suffered their first loss of these championships. They really will be looking to bounce back here against the IQRA sport team that, or school team that will be looking to do just the same. Tamaha now, edge of the box, the shots! That power just wasn't directed well enough from Mukhosi Mabifi. Nice build up from the young man from Botswana here. Edge of the box, it sets up and is inviting the strike. Hits it well, gets purchase on it, just doesn't direct it well enough. Flag up for offside. And a bit of cloud cover as I see the side or the sun. Of course, just going away for the time being, and the temperatures will be cooler, which I'm sure both these sides will be thankful for. Again, for those of you that are watching for the first time here, keep in mind and keep an eye on the officials that are out there. You'll notice that they are rather young, and that is the aim of the game here, to not only develop the young footballers, the girls and boys, but young officials as well, both on the male and female side of the fence. And it has been said with the games we have enjoyed here so far, we've talked about just the football, and the referees haven't come much into becoming a talking point, and that's a good thing in that when we look back at the matches, they've really been top-notch up to this point. Saying always goes, the less we talk about the officials, the better they are. Less the focus is on them. Again, the region, that being the COSAFA region, will be standing in good stead in that regard when you consider the number of events that are held just a year in the different formats, different age groups, including beach soccer as well. All the officials getting a chance to have their skills upgraded through workshops that are held, refereeing workshops, coaching workshops, and COSAFA doing a great job at looking to improve the coaching standard, the refereeing standard, playing standard. Media as well, under the focus. There was a media workshop here that's been held in Lilongwe as the two youngsters come together then, and they'll be hoping the injury is not a serious one. Well, it's an injury to the head, so can't imagine they'll be taking too many risks as we have a look at it again here. Ooh, it's a raised foot. Dangerous play. Extremely dangerous play then. And Nihab Kamal is the captain who's played through the head of the opponent. Will be lucky not to be sent off here. So, Ernest Tipek is the young man getting the attention. Of course, the concern with head injuries is always the concussion, so That's the first cause of concern as they look to determine whether he can continue with the game or not. It's a nasty kick to the head he took. Good sign is he is walking off the field, and as mentioned earlier, they won't take any risks with head injuries. So, set piece, right on the edge of the area. Could so easily have become a penalty, that. Well, the shot's gone over. Good spirit shown here by the Tamaka lads. Getting behind the man who's blasted over. Went with the instep, looking to find the roof of the net. Just over in the end. So we've yet to see much of IQRA on the front foot. Got the set piece here. Will look to go long. Both these sides still very much feeling each other out then. Nice little overhead kick. So both these sides aren't really holding on to the ball rather well here. It's going one way and another. Like in a tennis game. Now, keeper. Well, he's quick to apologize to his bench then for what could have been an embarrassing moment had that found the back of the net. Beaten by the bounce. Went wide of the mark, however. You have to admire those that have dedicated their lives to helping improve the lives of youngsters, especially coaching at a young age. And coaching youngsters as well. Those that specialize in youth development from a coaching point of view. Know just how patient you can be with the lads, when to maybe be stern with them, but most importantly, encourage them in ways that make them want to be better and do better. Keeping in mind, for many of these youngsters, they may not go on to become professional athletes, but from the world of sport, they will learn a lot of life lessons. Keeper read that situation well, got there timelessly. Well, they are taking no chances defensively. The young men from Tamaka happy to just kick the ball out, go for safety first whenever it goes anywhere inside the final third. Again, the near post, well defended. Throw in here for IQRA. Good play in trying to set it up for the shots. In the end, there was a lot of traffic ahead of El Had's shots. That looks a good ball, and in the end it was very well defended with pressure being applied. Now turning in, ball in towards that far post. There was a man in attendance then for Tamaka, but again the defender did enough to put him off. Tamaka were hoping to have secured the corner. Goal kick is the call. Midway point of the half is upon us. It's IQRA with the corner. Abdul Fattah Saeed, it will be with the in-swinger here, and towards the near post, and well, it's a disappointing effort. Well, both these sides have struggled quite a bit in just holding on to the ball and putting together some meaningful passes. Well, they all know just how important today is. Will the men on that bench for Tamaka, JSS, Junior Secondary School, having lost this very much a battle for the second spot as we round up the group here today. Early ball forward here, chase on. Now, it wasn't coming together over the players, but nothing too serious, nothing to warrant the referee to get involved. Byline, Paulin finds good numbers back defending for the young team from the Comoros. Five goals scored yesterday. We've already had a good number scored during the course of today in the boys game. Now, foul taken quickly. Good thinking here from the young men from Botswana. They've won themselves yet another set piece in a good area. Change will be made, still with the scoreline at 0-0. And another, 7 minutes remaining in this half. So coming on, Soimadu, Abdul Soimadu. Wondering how much the conditions are contributing to the pace of this game, which is barely to get out of the second gear just yet. Wayward Paul picked up in the middle of the park then by Pimelo. Ramudiba with the ball in, cleared by El Had. Another corner it will be. So, in open play, they've struggled here. Somewhat have Tamaka to open up their opponents. Here they are with the set piece. They win the header, but it's a wayward header on that occasion. Maybe I do believe it was the young man with the header that's not found the mark. Here, Tamaka again. Shot from range then is... That's presented a comfortable save for Asidine. Fardin. Now, defensively, Tamaka deny the young men from the Comoros any advantage. Offside then. Near side official here is Samgelo Ngwana. Match referee, Waisin Mustafa. Far side official is Mampazo Matete. It is a busy time for Malawi of late. This is a busy month, starting off with these school championships. Region 5 games will be taking part here to the start of December for a good 11 or so days. COSAFA again will be represented from a footballing point of view with the under-17s in action at the Region 5 games. Last year, this time, the Region 5 games were held out in Lesotho. Made for some good football to watch, both on the boys and girls side. Zambian ladies were solid. Zambian sides up against Angola in the final, with Angola walking away winners. Many of the youngsters we saw at those Region 5 games in Lesotho moved on to the other 20 championships, which were held in Eswatini. Again, good football on display there, good quality football. Temperatures were also a bit of a talking point out in Eswatini. Now that shot from range, very nearly finding the back of the net from the other side of town. There is the far side official, all young and developing. Fourth official here is Calvin Maguire. There are assessors, keep in mind, that do assess the refereeing decisions and performances along with the assistants. The referee assessor in this case is Michael Magoto. Interesting in learning out in Eswatini about the referees, what they go through in their development, the workshops they sit in, following matches where they look back at the performance and look back at some of the decisions made. And for referees, it's not just about making the decision. There's so much detail that goes into the art of refereeing. One has to always be constantly moving, keeping up with play. The angles at which you're watching play are always vital. And most importantly, where to be when the ball is at a certain point in the field to give you the best possible view. All of those are aspects which go into the art of refereeing, and lots of hours are spent in drilling those aspects into the referee's mind, knowing, for instance, where to be if it was in play on this side of the field, or if a corner is taken on the left or the right, and so on. Top of all of that, there is the mental side of the referees, where, of course, that can't be ignored. Some of the decisions they're having to make change people's lives out on the soccer field. They also go into a lot of work in helping referees in that regard. And lastly, the physical aspect of refereeing, being fit enough to keep up with the game at no matter the level. At this point, it wouldn't be too much of an ask for a professional referee to keep up with this game on this much smaller field, but those are the little things that some of the referees here are learning and are being judged on and assessed. Good goalkeeping, quick off his line and a flash for Faradin. Throwing here, taking down the line. Yeah, just about 10 seconds remaining in this first half. Very few clear-cut chances created between these two sides in the battle for second place in Group B. This could be the last meaningful attack of the match. And Paul, I do believe, is the call. And there you have it, end of the first half, and both IQRA School and Tamaka at JSS have a lot to do in the second half if they are to, of course, come up with the win that they so desperately need. And their coaches will have a chance here to tweak a few things during the halftime break and hopefully give them the words that will inspire them to a better performance come the second half.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest
Welcome back to the Bingo National Stadium here in Lilongwe, Malawi, as the CAF African Schools Football Championships COSAFA qualifiers continue. Take it off in this encounter between IQRA and Tamaka JSS. And well, scoreline 0-0 here between these two sides. We saw first off where there were very few goal scoring opportunities. They were few and far apart, and both these sides will be looking to, well, have a marked improvement in their general play, especially on the front foot, as they look to secure a top spot or second spot in the group. Well, picking up from where they left off at the end of the first half, where both nations and both sides were struggling at stringing together the passes and holding on to the ball here. Those struggles still true for Tamaka, who've lost in the middle of the park. IQRA now pushing forward through Saeed, looking for the return ball. That's good work in defense. Throw in here, taken by Dipego. Both these sides just struggle at breaking each other down in open play. Didn't see much from them from set pieces, nothing as positive as yet. Here's an early set piece for IQRA and a chance to maybe open the scoring here if the ball is good enough, but in the end the decision is to take a shot. By far not the best decision. Kamal, the man with the hopeful strike from a difficult angle and an extremely long way out. Good play in winning the corner. May have taken a hit for his trouble then. They did well, did Mampati Otsile. Well, young men have stayed down here, and well, it shouldn't be down for too long here. As we look back at the challenge, because it's a start showing challenge. That's why those are frowned upon, as has been the case in the football fraternity. Start showing, and once there's contact, you really can break an opponent's leg. Well, the temperatures now have started to come down just a bit. Mentioned we've got a bit of cloud cover. That's helping cool things down. At one point today, we had gone up to as high as 32 degrees. We are dropping down to 31, and it may get even cooler from this point on as we move forward. I don't think anyone is more pleased with the temperatures cooling down just a bit. I don't think anyone is more pleased than the players in that regard. Now, keep in mind there are a couple of games on at the same time. Do believe there has been a goal scored in the other match. Home support very much with the home schools. Chance of Malawi coming out from the stands and in support of their teams and their nations. It's not just about the sun slightly going away. There is also now a bit of a breeze that's very much welcome here in helping cool the weather down. Offside is the call here. Now, one of the fun little factors these youngsters will enjoy when they go back home to tell their story of their Malawi adventure is this venue, the Bingo National Stadium. Of course, hosts not just football matches, but it has an athletics track as well. Good determination from the youngsters from IQRA. They're trying to force the error, keeping the pressure on the Santa Marca side. Now, on this near side, it's Kaim, who got precious little joy trying to push forward. Well, neither one of these two sides has come close to finding the back of the net. It's one of those games where one early on begins to get the feeling if a goal is scored, that could lead to it very well being a winning goal. Mentioned earlier, there have been a good number of dignitaries that have come through to enjoy the football outside of just the fans. Their work, of course, is far from done here for Botswana. These lads would have seen the senior national team over the years improving drastically. In fact, in the COSAFA region, there are a good number of nations that have seen a marked improvement thanks to COSAFA and how busy this region is. At just about all levels of the game. Good challenge that. Now, picking it up here is Saeed looking to find a teammate up ahead. Can tell their friends when they get back home they played at the famous Bingo National Stadium, which hosts national team games. Also worth noting, when Egypt banned from using their home stadium because it's seen as to be lacking from what's required by CAF standards to host internationals. The Ethiopian football team have made a request that has been granted, of course, to play their home matches at this venue. So those in close proximity to this venue can enjoy not only the Malawi national team, which has some stars, Kabadinho, Mangos and such, but also the Ethiopian national team. Most recently played against Egypt at this venue. That would have been a nice one for soccer enthusiasts in this country to enjoy. Approaching the last 10 minutes. Well, things pretty much unfolding as they did in that first half where neither side is going anywhere slowly. Could very well come to life in a flash, as is the case in the game of football. You never really know. Early throwing then came to nothing. Chance at the counter-attack here. Bitso Matebele kickstarted the counter-attack. In the end, it ends in disappointing fashion for the young men from Botswana. Now, space to turn here. Coming to avoid the challenge, looking for the 1-2 on the edge of the area was Soili Hikaim. Good challenge, legal challenge that. Well, the shot from the other side of town has come off the post, hit the keeper, and gone into the back of the net, but the whistle has gone. That would have been comical. Unbelievable. From the halfway line, just as the whistle went, he was taking the shots or kicking the ball forward. I'm not too sure if that was intended or not, but it came off the post, having gone over the keeper and hit the keeper, and then went into the back of the net. There's the halfway line. Had the referee played advantage, IQRA would have been in the lead. 30 minutes gone by in this match, 10 more to go. 40 minutes a match, 20 a half. One side already in this group has secured their spot in the semi-finals, that being Rosina from Angola. Keep in mind, at this venue, the capacity is 41,000. Those fans that are out there, nowhere near that. As a chance pops up here, but the shot was never convincing. For those that are here, it's nowhere near the 45,000 to fill out this venue, but the few, I'd like to say 100 or maybe even 100 supporters that are here from the different areas surrounding the stadium have been in great spirits. We've felt their presence whenever the teams on display to entertain. Now, IQRA with the ball out wide. Well, it all ends in disappointing fashion. Still, no clear-cut chances being created, no real moments of menace from both these sides at a venue where they broke the ground for this place back in 2012. Built in 2012, they finished the building in 2016, almost to the day. For the Comoros, they would have been inspired by their brothers out in Eswatini from another 20 point of view. Never having won a match at those championships throughout their history, they won a couple of them. Wasn't enough to get them into the positions they would have liked, but a marked improvement from them. Now, here's a shot. Blocked. Header! Oh, it's come off the crossbar. So close for Tamaka to open the scoring then. Header coming off of Makosi Mabifi. Terribly unlucky. Now, nice little turn, but he turned into trouble then, did young Peter Matabele. Keeper Salman here read the situation, dealt with it. Well, there is just under 6 minutes remaining in this match, and for any one of these two sides to pick up that first win, they've got to improve on that front foot within the 6 minutes. Well, you can see they are now conscious of time. The young men out there, with the Comoros keeper employing them to rather push up and not take it short, to try and push it forward as quickly as possible in an effort to find an equalizer or a winning goal. Good challenge. Again, another hopeful, just kick upfield, yeah. Did take a deflection. Now, can they capitalize from this corner? IQRA entering it will be. Pull in, far posts. Well, with so many numbers in the box, it's disappointing that they didn't have a better ball. Sounds like there is plenty of excitement in field number 2 with the Malawian school in action there. Of course, Malawi, a country that's given South Africa and other leagues around the COSAFA region some good footballers. That, well, for a large part, some would have gone on to become pretty fairly famous. One such that comes to mind is Gabatinho Mango, formerly with Bidvest Wits and Orlando Pirates. Now, nice touches here on this near side. Good pass as well to open it up with the option on the far. Again, it's more of a shot than a cross, so nothing comes out of that attack. Do suffer at times to these young lads at the decision-making part of the game. Now, we went to the last 2.5 minutes of this match. Surely, one can now point out that whoever does go on to score will be victorious at this late point of the day. Corner. What's important here for Tamara is the delivery from Leslie Pamelo. Another shot and another save that's unnecessary.
Scoring again, so it's Malini 2. And the JJS winner from Comoros 0.
Well, there is the objective, of course, of playing in the African Schools Championship come April 2023. The money that will be on offer. Again, Dr. Mazipa pointing out yesterday that it's important to note that what money is won is not just about improving sports facilities at the various schools, but one hand must wash the other. It must also give the students tools they need to academically push ahead. $100,000 for the winners of this tournament, $300,000 for the winners of the African Schools Championship, which is worth noting. Now, there's a slight chance. It's gone wide of the mark. Well, this game hasn't had goals at all. Tell you what, there's drama in the other. Plenty of goals and joy for the fans watching on. Last minute. In fact, dying seconds of this match now. And the young referee, Waisim Mustafa, brings it all to a halt here, and the scoreline 0-0. It will be between IQRA and Tamaka JSS. Both sets of lads here will know there's a lot of work to be done in the years coming up for them to improve. Yeah, that would have been evident in the 2 matches they played. Yeah, nice to see from the Comoros captain in stepping up to the officials to shake their hands, and the young referees will be happy with the work they put in the game where there wasn't a yellow card show. No reason to show it, but again, we have seen the development of not only the players involved but the coaches as well. So at the end of it all, then it's IQRA School no, as well as Tamaka JSS no.
South Africa and Malawi will be playing. The schools from Seychelles, Ansapol from Seychelles will be playing Botamo JSS from Botswana, and Kafram High School from South Africa will play.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary support.
Well, the Bingo National Stadium here in Lilongwe, Malawi will come to life, I do believe, with a game that should really entertain here at the CAF African Schools Football Championships COSAFA qualifiers of 2022. In the boys section, we'll have Clapham High taking on Salima Secondary in a game that should really come to life when you consider Clapham High from South Africa started off with a win yesterday, taking on Salima Secondary from Malawi with a lot of the home support here to get behind Salima. There will be a girls' game, of course, on show as well, with Edendale Technical from South Africa taking on GS Ninja of the Comoros. We saw the Edendale ladies from Pietermaritzburg out in South Africa in action earlier on in the day, play on a GS Ninja, whom we covered yesterday. Clapham High, they got the action underway yesterday, and well, they did score the most goals in one game, scoring 3. We saw a hat-trick come out of their game, and for Salima from Malawi, they will know that they will have quite a match on their hands here if they are to walk away with the 3 points that could be on offer. So keep in mind this Group A action. And in this group, Clapham High started the day top of the standings, having beaten Perseverance yesterday. But Salima were in action earlier on in the day against Perseverance themselves. They were scoring goals and having fun. And, well, it's the battle for top spot in the group here between Clapham High School and Salima Secondary. South Africa up against Malawi, if you will. Well, the South Africans now making their way onto the field. Did play an exciting brand of football earlier on in the day. Did the young men from the host nation Yep. Salima were in action at 10 o'clock this morning and are in action again now in what is their second match of the day. They are running up their group matches, both these sides, both battling for top spots in the group. There is Clapham High. They will be hoping to score goals here and emulate their efforts from yesterday. Will the men in your picture? Whilst for Salima Secondary, they took the business earlier on today. They will look to continue with the way they entertain the fans and had them jumping up and down with joy early on in the day. Match referee here, Deirdre Rikoy, assisted by Asimati Musa and Rio Dubignon. It is Salima to get the action underway. The young men from Malawi will attack the goal to the left of your picture, while Clapham High, the young men from South Africa, will attack the goal to the right. Now, ball over to this near side, and here's the first shot in anger, takes the deflection, and that could have been troublesome. Godfrey Gama had committed himself to the right. That deflection took it out to his left, and Haukelo Munayani coming close to opening the scoring. He's won the corner here for his side. Here is Munayani with the ball over towards that far post. In the end, it's a disappointing ball, couldn't be kept alive then on the far side by Spusiso Dolomani. Dolomani, of course, wearing the number 15 jersey for the South Africans, is the top goal scorer in these championships in the boys section. A challenge in the middle of the park. Good pace here in the early stages between these two teams. Competitive start inside the opening minute. Bit of a hustle and bustle about the two teams. Good pressure. Oh, loads of pressure. It's forced the error, and it's Salima that opened the scoring. It's Kaira getting the better of Potela. He'll be kicking himself, the South African keeper here. Held on to it and in the end tried to be smart and have a trick about it. And well, he invited trouble, didn't he? The trick didn't work. And in the end, the closing down did. It's Salima that opened the scoring. And for the time being, Salima that topped the group. They'll be disappointed at the goal they conceded and the manner in which they conceded at the South Africans. They'll have to bounce back here, but it's the perfect start here, nice and early for Salima Secondary. Good feet. And it's kept moving, another shot coming in. This time, Kamahelo Patela will find that save, although a comfortable one, a bit of a confidence booster. Good drive. Down the middle. The shot left a lot to be desired. But Musa Mulisani involved in the middle of the park along with the South African captain then in Kabelo Sibande. Well, just what the game needed. A nice early goal here to up the ante just a bit. And both these sides are now having a proper go at one another. A few fouls here and there, as the Malawans will have the decision. They will be inspired by the fact that they are playing in front of their home support. And will love the fact that they started off their championship with a win earlier on today. They are leading here in the second match, and for the home support, they love the fact that both the men and the boys and the girls are having a good go. Malindi with 2 wins yesterday, and Salima looking for their second win. Good challenge defensively, picked up here by the South Africans on the halfway line. Nice turn again. No time on the ball for the man on it here. Good skill with the ball through the legs. The runners are good and quick out on that far side. Corner. Good pressure from Salima. Good start to the game here. They haven't allowed Clapham High to settle at all. And here they are looking to extend their lead. James Lumbe with the wasteful corner. Got that horribly wrong. There's a group of young ladies not far from our commentary area that are providing a lovely backdrop in sound to this particular game as they get behind Salima Secondary. Beautiful singing. And a good support for Salima Secondary. Now, throw in to the near post, and that goes across the face of goal then. All it needed was a touch from a Salima point of view. It didn't come. Now, here's a chance once again. And, well, it's missed the goal altogether and came across more as a pass across the face of goal than a chance at goal. But there are a few worries here or reasons for concern for Clapham High. Haven't gotten it together at all going forward. There they are, doing a great job, standing job. Of course, supporting their brothers in arms, if you will. Those young ladies from Malindi who are in great spirits. Ball played in, far post, keeper's done well. That was a good ball. That was a really good ball then from Khaukhelo Munayani. Keeper needed to come in and rescue his defense then and did, at the expense of a corner. Corner defended on the near post. Here is Sibande. Potela under pressure, gets rid of it as quickly as possible this time, catching a few of his teammates in an offside position. Asimaiti Musa the near side official.
Push up. No, to push up.
Nicely done in the middle of the park then by Panda, and now winning it back and getting the transition going here for the Malawans, who don't hold on to it for too long. Good pressure again applied on the South Africans on the ball here. Good skill as well to find a bit of space, keep it moving. Movement of the ball is quite impressive, but very well watched then by James wearing the number 5 jersey. Throw-in to be taken here on the near side. If you are just joining us with 8 minutes gone by, it is a Salima secondary that has taken the lead here against Clapham High. Two sides with a win apiece coming into this match and looking to top the group. Good quality football we've seen from these sides. Whilst they've battled for top spot in their group, it's a much harder battle in this group for both these sides than for Rosina, who comfortably did away with their opponents in Group B. So, ball picked up here, middle of the park by Mulisani. Again, he's lost it thanks to Salima and their ability to close down right from the front. Good pull over to the far side. Sagala losing out then. Again, the pace of the game is quite fast here. There's precious little time for the man on the ball to dilly-dally on it. Closing down is quite effective. Mulisani. Ball into this near side for the pacey Munanyani. Was fouled, gets the decision here on the near side. So for the South Africans trailing by a 1-0 at the midway point of the first half, it's all about finding a way back into this match, a way beyond that man. Godfrey Kama has also been involved here quite impressively for the Malawans. Maloisan may look for teammates on the far post. Could try and squeeze it in and try and get the better of the keeper to his left. I think that's the intention, or at least was the intention. Wall's done his job. Still throwing on this near side and possession for the South Africans. Nice on the turn then is Asibande. Good ball over to that far side now. May have been a slight opening, but offside for Sbusiso Tolomani. Seen very little of him, the man that got the hat-trick for Clapham High in the very first game that got things underway on day one, which was yesterday morning. Has been kept fairly quiet here by the Salima setup. There's a man that's seen plenty of it then, Munayani. In the end ran into a bit of trouble, but the throw-in will go the way of the South Africans once again. The touch over to this near side now. It will be another throw-in on that far side, and for the South Africans, they'll be hoping to, well, get Sbusiso Tolomani in on the game here and trying to balance things out. A lot of their attacks have been on this right side of the attack, of the fields. What they'll be hoping for is to also use the left and balance things out, as the shot is a wayward one here from their captain, Sibande. Well, communication lines are very much open here as they look to ensure every opponent is picked up. Battle continues here. Now, out to that far side, here is Tolomani. Got beyond his man. Tolomani still looking to drive forward. That's a lovely response defensively. Good hustle with James Lumbe making for a tough contest, or tough contest, I should say, on that far side with Tolomani. And in the end, he's picked up a bit of a knock here as Lumbe is close to the line out on that far side, so he immediately leaves the field, leaving his teammates with 8 on the field, 7 on the field, I should say. Good block initially that started what could be a counter-attack here for the Malawis, but for the foul committed. Clap him high now, pushing forward. No joy for Tolomani, unable to eliminate the numbers in the fashion he had done in the game yesterday. And a foul here on this near side on Moniani.
Yellow, boy, yellow. Do it more, I'm happy, yes. We day.
Maloisan standing over it, hoping to find quality in the ball in that could bring Clapham back into this game. Just under 7 minutes remaining in the first half. Ball in, it's a good ball, it's very well defended. Under pressure, right in front of his own goal then. Lumbe did well, I believe it was. Yes, Musama Luisani with the number 8 on his back is a busy buddy. Covers a lot of ground and really does add a lot of creativity into the attack. Another good challenge on that far side, and guess who's James Lumbe again wearing the number 8 jersey. Throw taken quickly. Too quickly in the end. It's comfortable this for Jeffrey Gama. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this first half. And it's a Salima secondary that have had a good start to this game. Scored the only goal thanks to a defensive mistake from Potela, the goalkeeper from the South Africans. Dilly jallied on the ball and in the end was tackled by Kaira, who's attached, saw the ball roll into the back of the net, and well, so far that's all she's written. Story unfolds, however, with the South Africans now looking to get onto that front foot. I have to say, Salima have done a stunning job of protecting the goalkeeper, Jeffrey Gama. South Africans look so good. Yesterday they were playing good football. They created chances, could have scored more than the 3 they eventually ended up with, but they've hardly had a clear look at goal here, and credit for that goes to Salima and the way they've set up. That said, here's a chance! Oh, what a save! Smashing save from Jeffrey Gama. That's one of the best saves we've seen over the last couple of days. Well, it's taken a while, but eventually Clapham open up Salima. And what was the best chance of the game, we've seen the best player of the game here. Beautifully done. All round is good football here, on the offensive and defensive end. Molisani, corner. Covers a fair bit of ground as Molisani. Corner take it short. Back to Maloisani. Gets to the byline, brings it back across. Oh, that's a beautiful goal. That's a smashing goal then with Maloisani involved right from the corner in the end. It's Siabonga who finds the back of the net here and brings the South Africans right back into it. Maluesani on the creative end was unbelievable. Nice little 1-2 between he and Munayani. Then he still kept going, beat his man, got to the byline, unselfish, and kept his composure at this point. Finds Siyabonga Mabona, who still has two men on the line here and has quite a bit to do in keeping this on target. In fact, squeezes it between the two, in the goalkeeper and the defender, and it's Clapham High that level matches here with under 3 to go in the first half. In fact, they're getting better and better. Here they go. Pull across. Well defended. Sibande. Technically, they are a gifted bunch. The Clapham High group play a good brand of football. Same can be said for Salima. They had their moments early on and just have gone off the boil somewhat over the last 5 to 7 minutes, which has allowed Clapham High to grow in confidence and start spending time in their half. And once that started happening, and Clapham High adjusted and made the necessary adjustments to the early stages and the way Salima had started this match, they started finding the openings. Once one opening came, another, and here's another once again. Difficult angle, good challenge. Chance could still be there, in fact was. Should be 2-1 to the South Africans. Sibande will be kicking himself for not kicking that into the back of the net. How impressive the South African youngsters have been over the last, 5-7 minutes. Just getting better and better and beginning to really ask some serious questions of Salima that Salima so far has no answers to. Another factor is the fan factor out in the stands. When Salima scored, you could hear the singing, they were lost, they cheered. Of course, they are the home team. And what Clapham have done over the last 10 minutes is keep the support quiet as they've gone about business. Now it's they that are doing most of the attacking, enjoying time on the ball, stretching it from left to right. Tolomani on the far side amongst those involved. What will be a point of interest is seeing the best teams moving ahead, of course, into the semi-finals from the boys section. And that the quality is there. We saw it with Rosina from Angola early on in the day. And well, whoever comes first or second between the South Africans here, Clapham High, and the team from Malawi, the home side in Salima Secondary, they'll still go forward with quality into the semi-finals. So the quality of football should really shoot up come tomorrow. End of a half here, they've seen quality. And both these sides have earned, 10 minutes of this half, in that the first 10 belonged to Salima Secondary. They hit the ground running, they forced the error, found the back of the net, and, well, unsettled the South Africans for a good while. Then, in the second 10 minutes of that half, the South Africans got stronger and stronger and eventually found an equalizer from Siyabonga Mabona that saw a good creative bit of play then coming in from his teammate Maluesani, and still the South Africans could have extended their lead but for Jeffrey Kama between the sticks, who's been outstanding. So, looking back at the action, keeper makes a mistake, dilly-dallies on the ball and is punished for it by Kaira. And they were up and running with Salima Secondary. And Maluesani creatively does a stunning job and sets up Siyabonga Mabona to find the equalizer. So, half-time here, Clapham High 1, Salima Secondary 1, as we look forward to the second.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's song. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's song. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register.
Well, the youngsters out in the stands have been entertained up to this point in a game that's had high quality in some of the best football we've seen from the boys section here at these championships. Clapham High up against Salima Secondary. Salima, of course, a school from right here in Malawi, and Clapham High from South Africa. Salima were the first to find the back of the net. Clapham High found the equalizer late in the half and could have gone into the lead by the half-time break. So it is the South African side to get the action underway, attacking the left of your picture, whilst the young men from Malawi will attack the right. Now, good start here, and a chance at goal immediately from Clapham High. Wide of the mark, but positive nonetheless, as Munanyani out on that right side was alive and full of possibilities for the South Africans. In fact, the last touches seem to have come off a defender, so corner it is. Paul in and the header. Just couldn't get over it to direct it goalwards. In the end, it's gone over. Great start here for the South Africans. A couple of half chances created inside the opening, 40 seconds of the half. Picking up from where they left off at the end of the first half. Banda, done well in the middle of the park is Banda. Ibrahim. Looking further afield then towards Ismail. In the end, he's lost out here. And it's the South Africans that look to play out of their own half and in the end play themselves into trouble. A virtual shot makes for a comfortable pickup for Potela. Nicely done by Sibande. Good fluid football here from the South Africans once again. Throwing it will be to the young men in green. Well, for Salima Secondary, they'll look to what they've done well so far in this match, which was inside the opening 10 minutes where they are completely unsettled Clapham High. And the big change is the amount of time allowed on the ball here for Clapham. And with their speed and technical ability, they really are causing some discomfort now to Salima Secondary. And for Salima, they are seeing less and less of the their attacks causing problems. We've seen much less of the likes of Kaira out in the attack, the men that scored the goal, as well as Sakala. Maloisani battling on that far side. He's a big, strong boy who covers a lot of ground, and a lot of the play comes in around him. Then he does a stunning job of bringing his teammates into the game here. And of course, if you are just joining us in the second half, we did have an amazing assist for the South African equalizer. Now, keepers come out, made a mistake, couldn't hold on to it, and was very nearly punished for it. Then Potela, remember, it was his mistake that led to the opening goal, where Clapham had to come back and find an equalizer late in the half. This time it was his handling that was problematic. Now, nice skill here from Lumbe. Fouled in a good area. So Salima will be hoping to go into the lead once again in this match. Something from the training grounds as the shots can't make its way through traffic. South Africans don't do a great job at clearing the ball here. Good strong play on this near side. Saman Lumbe again. In the end, he's run out of space thanks to the pressure applied on him. Good speed here on the near side. Good challenge as well to bring Dolomani's run to a screeching halt.
No.
Now, Sibande losing out in the middle of the park here, and a chance here for Salima to maybe create a chance for themselves. So far, the South African hustle is good enough to slow them down, and they are struggling to find that final pass inside that final third. Nice touches here on this near side. They are playing a much better game of football, Salima now. Spending some time in the South African half, also showing good strength as the shot eventually comes in from Sakala, going wide of the mark. Well, for the home support that has come through here, the youngsters that have enjoyed coming out and getting behind the teams from Malawi that have played so well up to this point. It's a good thing that they stand a good chance and will both be getting into the semi-finals. And that will encourage the young supporters to keep coming through here to enjoy the football at the Bingo National Stadium. Salima secondary from Kapatenga, right here in Malawi. What has been an impressive little touch is how the players do wear colors that are very close to the national team colors. Yes, they do represent the high schools from their countries and the regions that they're from within their countries, but for the sake of us, the broadcaster, and you at home, much easier to identify the teams once they do wear what's close to their national colors, whilst they still very much are Clapham High and Salima Secondary that are doing battle out there. Just to remind you that it is a battle between South Africa and Malawi. I had mentioned over the years that there have been a good number of players from Malawi that contributed to the success of the local game in South Africa. Now, there's a chance, and this time Potela has recovered well. In fact, he was fouled in. Space in the middle of the park here. That's a good ball, but offside against Maloisani. Currently, the likes of Kabatinho Mango are doing Malawi proud out in South Africa. In the past, players such as Jimmy Zagazaga, who's a younger brother, in fact, is with the FA and part of the COSAFA team. That was done in the Beach Soccer Championships in Durban. He's here, of course, as a part of the team. From an administrative point of view, looking forward to seeing him during the Region 5 games in December as well. For these youngsters, they will very much be aware of the fact that the Malawi national team has enjoyed some good runs here in the COSAFA Cup at a senior level. Now, bit of a problem here. A couple of players have gone down here and they'll be hoping the situation isn't a serious one for Sihlekama. Nice to see him getting back up on his feet and looking as though he will be able to continue as we go into the last 10 minutes of this match. For those just joining us, I do need to remind you that each match is 40 minutes long, 20 minutes a half here. And 8 players on the field, unlimited substitutes. And all the teams that have come through have been through national competitions to qualify for these championships. Now, Salima pushing forward then, and what looked a late challenge. Sees player allowed to continue here. The shot eventually way off the mark, but Sakala has still stayed down after the challenge. A few of his teammates look towards the referee in a little bit of disbelief that the call didn't come. Deirdre Rukoi.
That's the last option. First option is play outside. How? You spread them.
Let's have a look at this challenge again.
Focus on the details.
No, great call by the official. Nothing wrong then. In fact, Sagala bundled himself over the defender and initiated the contact. I think the landing on the other side of the defender was the problem where he may have hurt himself.
Get the back. Switch on. We're making a lot of mistakes. We'll give them the goal again. Solomon, last 9 minutes. Musa, I cannot spell to follow pass. Musa, on the shot.
Space here for Sibanda. Driving over that halfway line and options to the left and right. Pass well read and cut out defensively here by Salima. Well, we saw the young man coming off the bench in the first game. He's been invited onto the field once again. Then Kagiso Maloka. Operating out wide on the right side. Keep an eye on him. Loves to get forward. Amongst the smallest on the field, just about any game he plays. Sibande's shot is blocked.
Yeah, right defense. Sise, enough goals, right defense.
Yeah, here's Maloka. Thought about taking the throw in and then thought better of it.
In the girls section, Seychelles 1, Botswana 0.
1-1 the scoreline here on this field. Currently, Antibelua beating Matomo JSS with a scoreline of 1-0. That'll be good news for the Seychelles. As Sibande picks up here and looks to find the back of the net. The deflected shot needed a saving. And the follow-up, let's see the ball going out for the goal kick. Jeffrey Kama, once again coming up with a save then. Thought the deflection might cause problems for him. Did well to the big youngster. Got down well to his left. Driving run straight down the middle. Couldn't find the eye of the needle, however. James, now, a challenge. Sabande. Foul. Decision will go the way of Salima. Of course, with the Confederation of African Football president having come through yesterday, were a few factors that were touched on, in the fact that it was history, of course, for a CAF president to have come down to Malawi. Was the first time ever, which came as a bit of a surprise to a few of us. But that was a cold hard fact. As a shot comes in then, producing a good save from Potela. Some of his teammates going over to give him a pat in the back, then he's more concerned with them defending the corner. Ball into the near post. Goal kick is the call. Of course, with COSAFA being as busy as the organization is and moving around to different countries, different cities as well in the countries, it does not only develop the local game, as we've mentioned, from a playing and administrative point of view, or refereeing point of view, including administrative, but think of the joys it brings to local business, the hotels and such, when a COSAFA tournament does come around. The community benefiting, transport, that all the teams need to be transported. We, as part of the COSAFA team, need to get around, and it is a big team with trucks needed, of course, to move all the equipment, working hand in hand with the local broadcasters in the different countries you go to. So it's not just the football that COSAFA benefits when they have an event, but generally wherever they visit, the community benefits as well. And well, for those in Southern Africa, they should take pride in the fact that COSAFA is, or the COSAFA region is, I do believe, of all the regions on the continent, by far the busier and the busiest. Credit to that, to the COSAFA team and all the work they're putting in behind the scenes, of course, in developing the game. Now, set piece here. Is this the point where the South Africans take the lead? Very nearly! Offside, it won't count. They were already up and celebrating. And, well, they'll be disappointed seeing the offside flag up. I'll tell you who's not. Out in the stands, they're celebrating as though a goal was scored. Since this was denied, go strike this again. Jeffrey Gama with the save. He's come off the crossbar. And no question, that was offside for Swande.
It's a rebound. It's a rebound. It's a rebound.
Offside once again. 3 minutes now remaining in this match.
There's no offside rebound. Hey, Musa, your father. Hey, easy. Musa, Saritale, Tabutoe.
Malaisani, nice little run straight down the middle then from Sibande. It's done well, Sibande. Again, it's Jeffrey Kama. To come up with a save here to deny the South Africans what looked a sure winner. Good hard running on that far side. He has been outstanding here today, Jeffrey Kama. Played a great game of football. And, well, kept Malawi in it, it's safe to say. We've enjoyed having them here. Enjoying the football. Also the beauty of visiting Malawi is the people. Certainly are a warm people. The people of Malawi. We've enjoyed every minute of our stay thus far. Tolomani. Keeps moving down the line then, hoping for the return ball. Space to turn here with good numbers going forward here for the South Africans. They may find the opening on the far side. Man laid down, and in the end, good work defensively with that last challenge. Oh, they've done well. Up until that halfway line. Pressure coming right back here. Last seconds of this match certainly has been entertaining. Good quality between these two sides. Jeffrey Kama, the goalkeeper for Salima Secondary, has done a great job at keeping it at 1-1. The South Africans may feel they should be up by at least a couple. Match on the far side has come to an end. Surely seconds remaining here. There you have it. No separating. Clapham High and Salima Secondary in Group A as they battle for top spots in the group here. Both will be happy with their efforts and the fact that they do take up the top two spots and have earned themselves semi-final berths. But it certainly has been an entertaining game here, with Salima the first to score through Kaira and Siabonga Mabona finding the back of the net and the equalizer for Clapham High. Good spirit shown between the two sets of lads as well as we look back at the goals here. That's the error from Potela and the opener for Salima. I think of beauty in the creation here. The conversion still had to be true then from Mabona, and he squeezed it in between the two players, and that's how it'll end here at the Bingo National Stadium for the boys. And as far as Group A is concerned, it's Clapham High 1, Salima 1.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be...
Kasane just 12-8 Maunat Ababa to Raika Taumane and 5 Toibao as
from the Bingo National Stadium in Malawi for
that's
another game. This time it's on the
Ninga
side
from Comoros.
Edendale Technical will take on GS Ninja, and Ninja from the Comoros, Edendale from South Africa. And this the last of the games we will be bringing you during the course of today. We will round up the ladies' game early tomorrow with Ninja once again in action against Ansibilo. Now, for the South Africans, they'll be looking to push on here, having registered a win a little bit earlier. They do have it here with a nice run here on this near side, and in the end, the ball's gone out of play. Taylor with the ball in. There's a chance here. Heavy first touch. Sees the defender coming in to snatch it away. Out on this right side, the ball in. Won't cause any problems. So, chance for Ninga to put the ball upfield here with the side. They've certainly found the going tough in this tournament. Not all has gone their way so far, Ninga. That's a nice skill to eliminate 2 or 3 in the end. She's done a little bit too much. No about it. Telwa. So set piece here it is for the young ladies from the Comoros. Picking it up is Andrew Zuma early with the ball forward. Then keeper holds on at the second time of asking. It's a game that is being officiated by Christopher Ntambo. His assistant is Alpha Marobe, and the second assistant is Faith Godway. Ball picked up out on the far side here by Zuma. Looking to get a bit of joy from the left side. They are struggling with the balls up the field here, the young ladies from the Comoros. Reason being, they just can't get enough distance on it. So it's being picked up inside their own half by the South Africans, keeping them on the back foot. Good skill. The pace as well. Now looking to finish it all off with a shot on goal. Then it's gone wide from Anobate. Early stages have seen the South Africans, well, having the better go of it. Seen very little coming out of Niga. Well, a chance to maybe put together a rare attack here for Ninga. In the end, they found the back of the net against the run of play. Well, the South African defense just wasn't decisive enough. And whilst they dilly-dallied on the ball, Said stepped up here to toe poke it home and give Ninga the unexpected lead. So keeper was expecting the defender to deal with it. Defender is waiting for the keeper to deal with it. One person that was waiting for nobody but herself to get onto the end of it was Saeed, and well, there you have it. It's Ninga leading by a goal to nil over Indale Technical. Young ladies from Pietermaritzburg now will find themselves having a fair bit to do in turning things around. Well, a goal very much against the run of play. It was the South African young girls that spent so much time in the opposition half of the field in the early stages, looking menacing without really creating a clear-cut chance. And from absolutely nothing, the ladies in white pop up and score a goal the first time they get the ball in and around the South African box. Now, Portland here won't pose any problems. Has been very interesting. If you haven't kept up with the tournament up to this point of the championships, how things have fared in the ladies' game, as the young men from the Comoros watch on as their sisters in arms, I think it's safe to say, are playing here, hoping to provide a bit of support. Well, the one team that really has stood out and done exceptionally well up to this point is the host team. That is the Malindi Secondary School team from Zomba here in Malindi. From a ladies' point of view, they really did put teams to the sword here. Started off putting 5 beyond the answer below. They went on to beat Indale Technical as well yesterday. Did the business against Matomo JSS from Botswana. And they have been top of the log and running away with it so far. Keeping in mind there are just 5 teams in the ladies' game, so they are playing it on a round-robin basis. Top wins it. Good pressing right from the front here and applying pressure for Ninga. And they are doing a good job of keeping the South Africans pinned back. Can they create another opening here? What a story it would be if they were to lead by 2 goals to 0 in the early stages. Now, pace out on the far side as the South Africans look for an equalizer. Similar story for both South African teams here. We saw Clapham High playing in the earlier game against Salima, the team from Malawi. And in that game, again, a defensive error led to the South Africans chasing, but they were able to find an equalizer in a game that ended with a 1-1 scoreline. Again, a defensive error here involving a goalkeeper, as I see Ninga leading. Well, they are paying attention and watching everything that's unfolding out on that field. Approaching the midway point of this first half. Hasn't quite come together as yet for Indale. Talk about paying attention. They're up on their feet and watching on here, hoping they can keep this lead or extend it going into was the halftime break. Now, pull in, and there could be a chance here. Just out of reach for Lobatlim Telwa. who was, by the way, in an offside position. Keep in mind, this is the last game of the day. As you can see out in that far field, there isn't any action where there usually are 2 games on at the same time. We will wrap up with the ladies' action as we move on to day 3 and the last day at these championships. Now, hard running out on that far side. Good work defensively. They had numbers to deal with the danger. Maybe if they kept calmer heads, they could have avoided the corner. Yeah, ladies in white, taking no chances on that occasion. There's Samia Issouf. Now, Paulin again needs to touch. Goes across the face of goal without that touch. Goes out for the throw-in. For the region, when you look at the ladies' game, there will be pride in the way the national teams of Botswana, Zambia, and South Africa conducted themselves at the Africa Cup of Nations for women. WAFCON.
Pollen!
11 minutes into this match. And, well, 1-0 the scoreline. With the ladies' game in the region, the south of the continent, moving in the right direction thanks to the evidence we would have gathered from the last Africa Cup of Nations for ladies. The aim will be to continue to develop as young as possible, which is what CAF is looking to do all across the continent, keep in mind. To the COSAFA region, of course, will not only be looking to make an impact on the African stage, but beyond that, with the South African team heading towards the World Cup. Again, it will inspire others in the region to try and improve their situation, play better football, and youngsters, of course, to get involved in the game from a woman's point of view. Glad to see them this young, 12 to 15, out there and involved and very much enjoying the experience. Corner finds a teammate on the far side, but the touch wasn't a great one, allowing the defense to get it clear. Only 3 forward for this corner here on the attack, and the touch is a defensive one. It's a bit dicey on the near post, but it's all ended well. South Africa keeping the opponents on the back foot, and the shot eventually coming in, top corner. 1-1 the scoreline, beautifully done. They were the side that looked most likely to score, but conceded a goal, no thanks to their own defensive areas. But here is Asanda Zikubu, who's found the equalizer with a well-taken shot. Then the creative aspect from Nobahle Mtelo was impressive as well in keeping alive in this near side and playing the ball across, finding the teammate. That's a nice assist. In that angle, Shows you just how perfect that shot was, right into the top corner. Top draw stuff. Here is the goal scorer, Zikubu. Under pressure, has lost it, but working hard to try and win it back. Strong play then on the defensive end in clearing the danger. Whilst the Comoros has some way to go in catching up to nations like South Africa in the professional ranks, the women's game in South Africa has moved in the right direction. Lots of sponsors getting behind the women's game, televised on the national broadcast on the weekends as well. Plenty of talk of support and money being plowed into the women's game to ensure it goes professional in the very near future. And also as far as the national team goes, plenty of talk as to the finances the ladies are getting and trying to get them to match what the men get. A lot of positivity coming from those in leadership positions in speaking of things moving forward financially as well, and that not just a South African conversation. Those of us that pay attention to news around the world, you know that's a debate they've had out in the States for quite some time, especially with the success the United States women's national team has had as compared to the men's. Over the last few years, that's a debate where it's really has transcended and gone across the American borders to different parts of the world. It'll be interesting to see where things go in that regard out in the States and in South Africa and other nations. Of course, the aim of the game would be to get more interest in the women's game, more supporters going through to support their games, and yeah, the young ladies looking for goal number 2, and that's smashed home by Delwa. Well, she had her mind made up from when she picked it up. She wasn't going to look for a teammate, was going to go on her own. And, well, still looking to drill it beyond the goalkeeper who was covering the near post. Again, found the top corner. And in South Africa, there are 2-1 leading now through Edendale Technical over GS Nenga of the Comoros. Mind made up. Good solid strike into the roof of the net. Good pass to release her on this near side. She took her time, stayed composed, blasted it beyond. Rukaya Ozad. Good first touch. Oh, this is a lovely opening and make that 3-1. Either way, she's having a flyer. They have absolutely no way of dealing with the big problem that is wearing the number 10 jersey for Edendale Technical. That, of course, is Anoba Limtelo. Lovely first touch to get away from the defender. Then cuts in front of her, and the finish. First time she went into the near post, this time around, beats the keeper to the far. A couple of goals in a couple of minutes. And suddenly, it's the South Africans with the 2-goal cushion. Looking into Edendale Technical, interesting to note the under-17 team, which has been hard at work, as I've seen a few of their youngsters make the South African under-17 national team. So they're a school that really has invested a lot into the ladies' game. Good work on the far side. Zikubu into the central areas here. Good numbers back defending here for the ladies in white. Last minute of this first half. Well, keep in mind, you can use rolling subs in this tournament, so as soon as a player goes down, there's no need really for a team to suffer with one player less on the field. They can immediately bring in a substitute. Going tough here. Not too sure what the injury is or which part of the body is somewhat in pain, but still. Now, those are the referees out there watching on. So the referee that was in charge of the last match we brought to you between Clapham High and Salima Secondary, that being Deirdre Rukoy, out in the stands with compatriots. Well, end of a half that's brought with it 4 goals here. First it was JS Ninga that were the first to find the back of the net through Saeed, and then came the fight back from Edendale Technical. Couple of goals from Nobat Ntelwa to make it 3-1 to the South Africans after Asanda Zikubu had found the back of the net to level it at 1-1. So let's look back at the goals in this half. Nice little toe poked in from Saeed. Taking advantage of the confusion defensively. All across, finds Zikubu, who has no problems in finding the top corner. And then started the Nobat Ntelwa show. Picks it up with his near side and with all the time in the world, blasted it into the roof of the net. Wasn't done. Great first touch. Away from the defender, has the pace and power, and puts power on the shot to beat the keeper to the far post. So it's Edendale Technical that leads GS Ninja with a scoreline of 3-1.
The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's song. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys team and a girls team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The beautiful game of football is part of Africa's soul. The passion and the joy that it brings to millions of Africans unites us as people and brings us hope. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship in 2022 will completely change the landscape of the game across our incredible continent. The Pan-African Schools Football Championship will be run in 3 structured sections. Firstly, our 54 member associations, in collaboration with their relevant local authorities, will run national schools tournaments with the registered schools. Next, the very best teams will move into 6 zonal school tournaments. Finally, our zonal winners will move on to contest the continental stages, where ultimately we will crown a boys' team and a girls' team as the inaugural winners of the Pan-African Schools Football Championship. The Pan-African Schools Football Project is backed by both FIFA and the African Union. They understand the power of football and how it can shape society. The Motsepe Foundation has donated $10 million that will be awarded to the winning school to fund their needs. CAF will support the member associations that will register to participate in the competition with monetary and equipment support to prepare and deliver their national championships. Together, we can shape Africa's future, one football match at a time. The CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, expressed his gratitude to the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, for his support and commitment to developing the Pan-African Schools Football Championship.
Welcome back for the start of the second half in this girls encounter here at the CAF African Schools Football Championships, the COSAFA qualifiers for 2022. Scoreline 3-1 with Edendale Technical taking a strong ending to the first half. 2 GS Ninga, who opened the scoring, keep in mind, in the first half. So it got stronger and stronger as the half went to Edendale Technical. They'll be hoping to do the same here in the second half in their efforts to stretch their lead further. Whilst for GS Ninga, it's all about trying to, well, get some cohesion in their play, put together a few passes, and well, see if they can find a second as they try and fight their way back into this match. That's Wallen back in a good area. Attempt to find the teammates inside the box was a poor one. Goal kick it will be. Operating out wide on this near side is Andy Swazuma with the number 11 on her back. Now, shot from range is covered here by Rukaya, although it went over the bar. So there are huge incentives for those of you that may not have heard for their teams to try and do well. Firstly, to try and qualify for the African Schools Championships, which will be next year. Now, nice touch, and here's the opening! Chance at goal number 4. And, well, she was looking for a hat-trick, put everything into that. In the end, blasted over. May have seen the headlines just before taking the shot. Time, space, did well to get beyond the defender initially. Rukaya, the goalkeeper, may have done just enough in coming after in to narrow the angles. So the young ladies here and young boys have a opportunity to, of course, help their schools in the way of infrastructure for their sports fields and also the tools they need to become better students, all in all academically, with the prizes that are on offer here. Winners getting $100,000 US, second place team getting $75,000 US, which is quite a boost to any school's economy. Not forgetting third place finishers getting $50,000 US. For those that do qualify for the African Schools Championships, $300,000 on offer for the winners, $200,000 on offer for second place team, and $150,000 on offer for the team that comes third. Surely there'll be many schools that will look at those numbers and look at their young talent and have reason to get behind their young footballers, whether it be the boys or girls, in an effort to see them not only crowned African champions as the ball is played in here, and the follow-up shots is from an offside position and wide of the mark. Yep, definitely offside. Standing just in front of the keeper. The point I was making is that, well, for any of the schools that will look at those numbers, they'll have all the reason in the world to want to get behind their young athletes, boys and girls that want to be footballers and be crowned African champions, looking at the difference they can make with the money they win here for their sports fields, their computer rooms, their arts classes, and such. So the initiative taken by CAF to have these schools championships is one that is going to benefit a lot as yet another chance comes up and yet another save is made here. And a handball should be a penalty. Young lady still developing at the game, then just forgot where she was for a moment. Her teammates can't quite believe it, but she completely forgot where she was, handled the ball, and is a little embarrassed at the mistake. Needs to put that behind and move on with life. Had no reason to handle. She went and picked it up, didn't just handle the ball. And a chance for the hat-trick here for Mdelwa, stepping up. Keeper got a touch, but it wasn't strong enough to keep the ball out. And, well, Edendale Technical now have 4 with a hat-trick for Nobahle. Well, Mdelwa had her chances to get a hat-trick earlier on in the half. She certainly done the business here from the penalty spots, opting to keep it fairly straight. It wasn't the very best penalty you've ever seen. Rukaya will look at that and possibly feel she could have done better in keeping it out. See the little things they're learning, the young ladies. With the ball being kicked off, some of them were in the South African half again. The referee reminding them that when the ball is kicked off, they need to be in their own half. So you can tell where the development is being made in the game here. With little things like that, little mistakes like what we saw in the way the penalty was given away. They are learning, still young, some of them 12 years of age. Good work to keep it alive on that far side. Good skill. She's enjoying herself as she looks to set up a teammate, and Zuma should have made it 5. All she had to do was tap it in. Open net was right in front of her, and she kicked it right back to where it's from. That's a good pull in. Again, Zuma arrived just in time, only this time couldn't get a touch on the ball. Need be said, they do look as though they may have a good few goals in them still. Edendale Technical. Feeling it. It's hot. Physically, the game is demanding and asking for the change. I think herself then is Nauma Abdullah. Well, it's turned into a frustrating afternoon. Started off so well for them, and they were the first to find the back of the net. You could see them all up on their feet and watching everything that's unfolded out there. Once the goals started coming the other way, it has trained them a bit, not just physically but emotionally as well. As you saw Naoma, once she reached the bench, it wasn't about being hurt or anything. That's not the reason for the change. Maybe feeling the effects physically, but also emotionally, I do believe. Part of the learning curve for the young ladies. Well, she is still going here. Already has a hat-trick. Make that 4. Having the time of her life is Nobahle Mdelwa. There's no stopping her as she continues to rip apart this Ninga defense. Skillful, great with the ball at her feet. Able to eliminate numbers as she takes one out the equation and calmly puts it past Rukaya, the goalkeeper, to score her 4th. Well, from a South African point of view, they will be enjoying this. A hat-trick yesterday from Dolomani in the boys game to Clapham High. And, well, 4 scored here in this match by Nobahle Mdelwa. Now, make that 5 in what is now a 6-1 lead. And guess who? Mdelwa. Calm, collected, easily past the keeper. And, well, a story for the grandkids one day. Went out to Malawi on one of my very first international trips, and I ran them ragged, shall say. Question is, can she get 6 now? Talk about one-way traffic. Space to turn here. As well, to their credit, Indale Technical haven't given up on trying to score more goals. Yeah, there they are, and he puts yet another away. They are absolutely destroying GS Ninja's defense here. Good closing down from the front, win it back in a great area. Toe poked at the business on that occasion. And for Rukaya, once again, she gets a touch, but won't be able to keep it out. Akona Shabalala with the latest of the goals here for Edendale Technical. Still another 9 minutes to go in this match. You have to wonder at the rate at which they're scoring these goals, how many can they amass? Will they go into double figures? They only need 3 more. By any circumstances, 3 goals in 9 minutes seems a big stretch, but the goals are coming thick and fast here.
7-1.
Faina Bunau coming on. Silti Abdul making way. Another young lady is being taken off out on the far side, injured. Well, they enjoy the football. Smiles on their faces. Good day out. Now, out in the stands, I'm enjoying what they're seeing out here. Of course, keep in mind, Edendale Technical, as the case with any high school, will have those that are part of the team that don't necessarily always get the game time. And in this case, they've made the change here with Ndlovu having come on here. And it's a nice touch from the coach for Ndlovu to also enjoy a bit of the football that is out there. Leading 7-1, why not bring her on? And have her enjoy a bit of the trip down here to Malawi from a playing point of view. There she is in your picture now. And she'll have a story to tell herself that she was involved in a game where they won in a heavy scoreline. Reason I say that is when the games are tougher, it's not always easy then to bring on the players you don't usually use to win matches. You have your strong starting group, your strong few on the substitute bench, and there's those that get the most limited of game time. Now, from range, keeper will hold on at the second time of asking. Well, they are enjoying getting behind Ndlovu, Apelele Ndlovu. Those are out in the stands. Quickly has become a fan favorite. Now, space, plenty of it in the middle of the park. Ndlovu was already in an offside position. The one interesting lesson being learned by these young ladies, especially in a situation that is what it is for the young ladies from the Comoros, is even though a situation may be as tough as this, with the South Africans again looking to score yet another, maybe hoping for a penalty as well. And the South Africans having scored 7 goals, it would be easy to give up and just be sent off for us to be substituted. But the lesson they're learning here is to stick it out here and stay with it right till the end, no matter how bad things get. And those are life lessons we learn as kids through sport, or some of us actually we learned as kids through sport. Those are life lessons the kids currently are learning. Keep in mind, these are high schools, so not many of them are going to really turn up to be footballers, nor may they really aspire to be footballers. Some of them may want to be accountants, but this is an extramural activity that they get involved in. And the whole point of that is to learn the life lessons through sport. Know how to operate within a team, within a group, and be a teammate, a team member. Ndovo has won the set piece. Wow. She was hacked down then, Ndovo. Saeed, the guilty party. Now, ball played across here. There could be another. Here's Ndovo pushing forward. Ndovo still looking to bombard her way over that goal line. Was it to be in the end? How nice it would be for Ndovo if she was to find the back of the net here.
Yes. Yes.
Just under 3 minutes remaining on the clock. It is very much looking at a job very well done by Edendale Technical. Started off trailing in this match after a mistake by Dlamini, the goalkeeper. So Ninga leads, but they've come back strongly in this match. Tell you what, one lady that's been absolutely outstanding is Nobatle Mtelwa. She's having it all her own way out there. Scored 5 of the 7 goals. Keep in mind, whilst they close the day here today, Ninga will be in action tomorrow against Anse Welu of the Seychelles in getting the action tomorrow started. Good ball into Ndovo. Looking to take the ball on. In the end, a good challenge to stop at the edge of the box. So, last 30 seconds coming up here. And I think it's safe to say it's a job very well done by Edendale. Started off with a loss yesterday, a couple of wins here today. In a response to that loss, lovely little skill, and is it to be a 6th? Very nearly. Shot went wide of the mark. There was a late challenge though. After she kicked the ball, trying to find the back of the net. Don't think the referee quite spotted it, but that's the reason why she stayed down here. As we have a look at it again. Lovely skill here. Good awareness as well. The situational awareness is absolutely top-notch. As soon as she kicks it, there's a hit that comes in. There you go, right on the knee. Referee didn't spot that. Could have been a penalty. or even a card. So 40 minutes have come and gone. This could be the very last attack of a match that has seen Edendale get plenty of joy on the front foot. Now there's a shot by Ndlovu. Still pushing on and hoping to find the back of the net. She is called for the foul. They would have loved to see a score out in the stands. They certainly are getting behind her in a very positive way, which is nice to see. Thought there was a moment. Disappointment apparent. There you have it. Good day for the South Africans, and not such a good one for the young ladies from the Comoros here. Led early in the match, and very much against the run of the play, in one of the rare attacks they've had in the entire match, being GS Ninga. And for Edendale Technical, they came back strong in the first half. A lot of the work being done by Nobahle Mthelo, who was absolutely outstanding, scoring 5 goals alongside goals from the likes of Zikubu as well as Shabalala. This is how they conceded first, early in the day. And the young ladies from the Comoros then were enjoying life. But things quickly turned dark here, with Nobahle first getting the assist for Zikubu's goal that found the top corner. And then began the Nobahle Mthelo show. You'll enjoy this. She scored some good goals here, blasting this to the roof of the net. Second one comes from a great first touch and then beats the keeper to the far post. From the penalty spot, keeper gets a touch, but it was never going to be enough. And then beats the defender and puts it beyond the keeper. She kept the good times coming for the South African ladies. Absolutely enjoying herself. There she is going around the keeper. No other touch necessary. As that rounds up goal number 5 for. So, Shabalala added one more to the mix. And the South Africans were in 7th heaven at that point. So there you have it. That's the end of the day's action then, with Edendale Technical giving GS Ninga a proper beating here in closing off the day on a positive note. We're back again tomorrow from the Bingu National Stadium. Until then, cheerio.